Okay, welcome once again to Room 124, and we're about to begin the closing plenary. Can we have decorum in the house, please? Thank you very much. So I will be introducing a few special persons, and I need you to applaud as I call their names one after the other. Thank you very much. I will be introducing the President of the General Assembly for this closing plenary, Ms. Olilianga Amuche. Can I hear a round of applause? Thank you. And the Vice President of the General Assembly today would be Mr. Johnson Ayobami. And finally, our Secretary General, Mr. Toluwalope Inyolua. Thank you.
Excellencies, good morning once again. Can we all get seated? Please, officials, kindly reach out to your chair, rapporteur, and vice chair to fill up the spaces. Can any volunteer assist the President of International Court of Justice in arranging the placards? Delegates, the General Assembly is hereby called to order. Please may we stand for 1 minute silence. You may resume your seats. Please, the House has been called to order. We want every delegate, official, and all persons here to maintain decorum. Thank you. Hand over to the Vice President of the General Assembly for roll call.
Thank you very much. Before we begin the roll call, allow me to clarify between the two possible and appropriate responses, which is present and voting. Delegates who identify their status as present and voting are not permitted to abstain on any substantive vote while in this session. Instead, these delegates must vote strictly in favor of or in opposition to any motion before the General Assembly. Afghanistan. Albania. Algeria. Andorra. Antigua and Barbuda. Argentina. Armenia. Australia. Austria. Azerbaijan. Bahamas. Bahrain. Bangladesh. Barbados. Belarus. Belgium. Belize. Benin Republic. Bhutan. Bolivia. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Botswana. Brazil. Brunei Darussalam. Bulgaria. Burkina Faso. Burundi. Cabo Verde. Cambodia. Cameroon. Canada, Central African Republic, Chad, Chile, China. Please note that only one delegate is allowed to respond. China, Colombia, Comoros, Congo, Costa Rica, Côte d'Ivoire, Croatia, Cuba, Cyprus, Czechia, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Denmark, Djibouti, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Equatorial Guinea, Egypt, Eritrea, Estonia, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Fiji, Finland, France, Gabon, the Gambia, Georgia, Germany, Ghana, Greece, Grenada, Guatemala, Guinea-Bissau, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Hungary, Iceland, India, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Jamaica, Japan, Jordan, Kyrgyzstan, Kenya, Kiribati, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Laos People's Republic, Latvia, Lebanon, Lesotho, Libya, Liberia, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Madagascar, Madagascar, Malawi, Malaysia, Maldives, Mali, Mali, Malta, Marshall Island, Mauritania, Mauritius, Mexico, Micronesia, Monaco, Mongolia, Montenegro, Morocco, Mozambique, Myanmar, Namibia, Nauru, Nepal, Netherlands, New Zealand, Nicaragua, Niger, Nigeria, North Macedonia, Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Palau, Panama, Papua New Guinea, Paraguay, Peru, the Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, Republic of Korea, Republic of Moldova, Romania, Russia Federation, Rwanda, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Samoa, San Marino, Sao Tome and Principe, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Serbia, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Slovakia, Slovenia, Solomon Islands, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Spain, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Suriname, Sweden, Switzerland, Syrian Arab Republic, Tajikistan, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Togo, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, Tunisia, Turkey, Turkmenistan, Tuvalu, Uganda, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United Republic of Tanzania, United States of America, Uruguay, Uzbekistan, Vanuatu, Venezuela, Vietnam, Yemen, Zambia, Zimbabwe, I also like to to take to the notice of the General Assembly the presence of observing states, which is the Holy See and the state of Palestine. And having 126 member states being present, we have a quorum to begin the General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegates. We have 189 delegates present at the General Assembly. The simple majority is hereby 95. So for a vote that requires simple majority, we'll be needing 95 or more delegates to vote for or against it. Then for substantive votes, we have 126 delegates that responded present and voting. So third majority would be 84 votes. Thank you. Would now like to introduce the International Court of Justice at the fourth session of Redeemers University International Model United Nations. May we all rise as we welcome the International Court of Justice. The ICJ is led by its president, Ogunade Toluwani SQ, and he is a barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and its vice president, a seasoned legal practitioner, Victor Odulate, and its amiable rapporteur, Favor Victus. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellencies and members of the International Court of Justice. You may resume your seat. We now call upon the MC to introduce the guest speakers. Mr. Precious Ibe, the chair of UNECA.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is the closing plenary, so your resolution should give you energy to want to respond to me. So good morning, everyone. Amazing, amazing. We were here together for the opening plenary, and it gives me so much joy that we are also here together for this closing plenary. I am very sure that over the past few days, we have learned and unlearned what it is we thought we knew about international diplomacy, if I'm correct. So do we have members from different committees here? Do we have members from different committees seated here? Do we have members from ECOFIN? Are you here? Okay. We saw your videos. We hope your resolution passes. Do we have members from Security Council here? I mean, there are just like, I think 4 in total, right? Amazing, amazing. And do we have members from the best committee at this General Assembly, UNECA? So that's the most you can do. Amazing, amazing. So we are going to be having lots of amazing speakers speak to us today. One of the reasons we are gathered here is not just to learn about international diplomacy, but it's also to learn from those who have gone before us in real life diplomacy. So I'll be specially recognizing some individuals who are here with us today. So we'll be giving them a resounding applause. President of the GA, are they permitted to, Are they permitted to give applause? Thank you so much. Our PGA has given us the permission to give our speakers resounding applause because it's only fair we recognize them properly. So can you join me and give a resounding applause as we specially recognize one of our esteemed guests today. Please a resounding applause for Dr. Mrs. Kemi Adesina. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. Amazing. So can you please remind me the department she's from? From the paper they gave to me, they didn't tell me the department. They just told me she's from the best department on campus. Is that true? Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us. It's always a pleasure. And would also like to specially recognize one of our guest speakers who will be addressing us today. If your hands are not too busy, please put them together for Mrs. Asabe Okeme. Please put your hands together. Put your hands together. Now, one of the importance of attending events like this is not only to network with your peers, but to network with people who have gone ahead of you in the industry. I mean, from a meeting like this, you could get a connect, and before you know, in the next 2 years, you are sitting on the UN. Who knows? Just make sure you are networking properly. Network vertically and horizontally too. The person sitting next to you might also sit next to you at probably an international conference, so you never can tell. I would also like us to specially recognize our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is the former director of Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. And if you were at your committee session 2 days back, you'd see that this very esteemed individual found time out of his busy schedule to join us in our individual committee sessions. And not only did he join us, he also provided valuable additions as an external. So join me as we specially welcome and recognize Ambassador Ayola Olukoni. Please put your hands together. You remember him, right? You remember him from exactly. Please put your hands together for him. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much, sir. So when I was young, I was always told that when I grow up, I would be an ambassador. So meeting you here now, I think I can feel the connection already, sir. Don't I look like an ambassador? Thank you so much, sir. And would also like to specially recognize lecturers from a very, very prestigious university. Not only did they send their students as delegates to this conference, but they also found time to join us physically. Please join with me as we specially recognize from Adeleke University, Dr. Mary Yetunde Lewu. Please give a sound of applause. Thank you so much, Ma. Welcome to Redeemers University, Ma. The best private university in Nigeria, Ma. After Adeleke, I'd also like us to specially recognize another very special individual from Adeleke University. If your hands are not too busy, put them together for Dr. Ugo Unimonu. Please put your hands together. So if you are a student from Adeleke University, can you just wave? You are from Adeleke University. Put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them. Thank you for joining us. I mean, once again, we'd like to welcome you to Redeemers University. As you can see, this is electricity. These are comfortable chairs. You can tell them to show you around campus. You can tell your friends to show you around campus. But it's always a pleasure to have people from different institutions join us for events like this. Without wasting much of our time, I'd like to also specially recognize everyone seated here today, whether you are a delegate, whether you are a chair, whether you are a co-chair, whether you are a president, or whether you are from a committee that made everyone stand up when you were entering. Just please put your hands together for yourself. Put your hands together for yourself. Put your hands together for yourself. Now, I'll be calling up now for a guest speaker's address. I'm calling up now for a guest speaker's address. Thank you so much. Now, before we proceed to listening to the guest speaker, while the session was going on, we're joined by a very special individual in the best department on campus. He's a senior lecturer here at the Department of History and International Relations. Please, if your hands are not too busy, put your hands together for one of your own, the one and only Professor Olumide Ekonade. Put your hands together, put your hands together. Thank you so much. The way you guys are applauding, it's almost like you want like 0.9 to be added to your CGPA. Would you like that? Would you like that? It's funny how if they add 0.9 to some of your CGPA, it will still be 0.9. Allow. Now I'll be handing over back to the President of the General Assembly. It was a pleasure, and you'll be seeing me soon. Please put your hands together for yourself.
Thank you, the Chair of UNECA, for such wonderful presentation. We'll be calling on our first guest speaker, Mrs. Asabe Okeme, to give her keynote speech. Please put your hands together as we welcome Mrs. Osabe. Mrs. Osabe Okeme is an Amazon ambassador and is a graduate of public administration and a business marketing professional with over 4 years of experience. She has successfully built a sales team with the Diamond Project and Century 21st Freedom Group, a company she currently partners with and has a strength of about 90,000 partners. In the last 4 years, she has generated revenue for about $6 million for the multinational company she represents through business mentorship and training. She has deep understanding of financial leverage systems and capacity building. Please join your hands together as we welcome Mrs.
Wow, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here this morning. And I mean, when I got the call to actually come here, what first caught my fancy was the fact that I was coming to Redeemers University. Now, why do I say that? When I started raising my family, right, I have 3 children. My son is 13 years as I speak. Yes, that's my first son. Yeah, my daughter is 10. She's turning 11 next week. And I have a 5-year-old as well. So when I started raising, thank you so much. When I started raising these children, there was this Redeemers International School that was very close to my house. And every time I passed that school, I said, my son must come to this school. I don't know, there was just something. And guess what? I couldn't wait. At 1 year, 7 months, I felt like my son's self-esteem needed to be built as fast as possible. And the only tool I saw to help me actualize that was that Redeemers International School. So if you are seated here, I want you to just clap for yourself. I'm excited. Thank you so much for inviting me. I mean, I'm so excited. All right, so I don't know, can my slides come up? It won't be able to. It seems as though it may not be able to be well. You may not find both of them having the same success rate. Do you agree with me? Now, why is this so? This is so because one of them have decided to say that no matter what's happening around me today, I am a diamond. I leverage is key. Now, you must note that for you to successfully be able to leverage, there are three basic keys to that. And the first one is discipline. Discipline. Now, everybody, or a lot of people may say, I know what it means to be disciplined, but do you actually do the things you required of you to be disciplined? There's no success. 10 lines in a book every day is very key. Understanding that basic principles in life must be understood. True personal development is also very key. And then in the Muslim version, right, we serve a God. Now, for you and I to be seated in here today, right, it's by the power of our Creator. Am I correct? Am I correct? So in everything you do on this process, all right, you must note that spirituality is very, very, very or a platform that could enable you access, all right, to building a system for yourself that over time you will be able to rely on it and become the best ultimate version of yourself. Thank you so much.
delegates, our guest speaker would be available after the closing plenary, so you can ask your questions, and she will take us through more about this topic on being diamond. And highlighting on the things she said, people that know me well know that I like to read books, and I think that's a key thing that every one of us should pick, one of the key things. It's always good to have a book you're reading. Personally, I'm not talking about novels. I'm talking about like growth books, books that would help you grow intellectually, mentally, interpersonal relationships, and even intrapersonal relationships. And another thing she said, she talked about you being a diamond. I cannot recognize you to be a diamond if you do not even recognize yourself to be a diamond. So it starts from you first recognizing yourself to be a diamond, and then you shine, and every other person will see that you're shining and then recognize you to be a diamond. And we should also understand, like she spoke, that being a diamond, you pass through stages. You don't just come out and become a diamond. You have to go through trainings, capacity building, she mentioned, mentorship, and also leveraging. So, and all this she will speak more about during extra session with her after the closing plenary. Thank you again, ma'am, and thank you for your wise words. We now go ahead to welcome our next keynote speaker. Join me to welcome Ambassador Ayola Olukemi. Olukomi. Okay. Thank you, sir. Please. Ambassador Ayola Olukoni is a career Nigerian diplomat with 35 years experience in the Nigerian diplomatic service. He has served as at various departments in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was closely involved in bilateral and multilateral negotiations for development cooperation between Nigeria and donor countries. Development and financial institutions from Western Europe. He has also worked in the Nigerian diplomatic missions in Brussels, permanent mission of Nigeria in the United Nations at New York, Tel Aviv, Nairobi, and Vienna. While serving as the acting permanent representative to the United Nations office in Vienna, he covered, excuse me.
It's not connected. Okay, you can move on.
While serving as the acting permanent representative to the United Nations office in Vienna, he covered the work of International Atomic Energy Agency in Austria, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. And while serving in Austria, he was appointed as ambassador in February 2011 and posted as High Commissioner to Australia with concurrent accreditation to New Zealand, Fiji, Papua New Guinea, and Vanuatu. One of the high points of his achievements as High Commissioner in Australia was the agreement on sustaining mining, agriculture, energy, and financial services. Upon retirement from the Foreign Service, he has held haunted and appointed as the Director General of the Premier National Chambers of Commerce, the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. And during his 4 years tenure, he helped to develop strategies to attract and encourage foreign direct investment into Nigeria through members of the Chambers of Commerce. He also championed and helped to develop strategic plans for mainstreaming environmental sustainability into the operations of small, medium enterprises who operate in the various sectors of the Nigerian economy, in agriculture, mining, and energy, advocating incorporation of green energy and concepts of sustainable development to their operations. He networked the Association of the United Nations Global Compact. Notably, he actively helps to promote gender inclusion and support for women-owned businesses with focus on environmental sustainability. Ambassador Olukani has been closely involved with the issues of environment and sustainable development since 1987, while serving at the Permanent Mission of Nigeria to the United Nations at New York. And during his tenure in Kenya, he served as the acting permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Program and closely involved in the works and the meetings of the United Nations Environmental Program Governing Council, the thematic issues of the environment, such as climate change, biodiversity, desertification, land degradation, strategic approach to international chemicals. He regularly serves as motivational speaker and also serves as an independent consultant on financing green businesses, eco-solution, environment and sustainable development initiatives, and sustainable mining operations. With a resounding applause, may we please welcome Ambassador. It's an honor to have you here, sir.
Madame le Président, je vous remercie pour cette opportunité de parler ici. Chéché.
Oui.
Thank you very much once again. That long CV, where you talk about 1987, thereabouts, and then everybody will be, and this is a dinosaur here. I was 69 just a few days ago, 22nd of March. Grandfather, and I say that I have 4 wives. That is my wife and 3 daughters. My wife and 3 daughters, including those one of you must know, Bolande Olukani, who was on Moment with Mo. She runs her own media outfit now. So when I passionate to the women, you must understand the reason why, in terms of supporting empowerment of women. I'm essentially a minority in the house, but when I go out regularly with them, and especially when they take me to the shoe shops, they come along, when I was in New York and other places, with a newspaper. Daddy, just calm down, take a seat, because when they're going around to buy shoes, it will not take you just 10 minutes, and usually they don't want me to sit in the car. So I'm in the shop, sitting with them, and then they come, Daddy, what do you think of this color? What do you think of? And I said, what about my sandwiches? Go and bring it, because for the next 30 minutes, we're still there. But let us give it up to the women. Big round of applause. Big round of applause. And some of us are saying we should, in fact, indeed hand over the world to the women. Maybe the problems of, conflict, conflict, wars will end. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be here. This is about my 4th time of being in Redeemers University, and also the 2nd time in here, specifically, and removed. So the VC, I want to recognize and say thank you for the opportunity. I also want to the respective delegates who are here. I sincerely, any luck with it? Because I said they should project it on so that people can follow. Any luck? You're working on that? You're working on it. Please do, so that people can follow, because I have it. I thought to be connected. It will be very helpful. If you have it, let us have page 1 of it, item 1, introduction. And I'm really very grateful for this opportunity to come again. I'm not taking it for granted. And I'm speaking on the topic, which is before us, the thematic focus. And while remaining faithful to the overall theme, I will address these issues in an interconnected manner. And of course, the interconnected topic of peace, prosperity, and sustainable development, and of course, the imperative need to have action at both at the national and international levels. Do you have it now? You're still having problems with it. And also from yesterday, I had also connected. I brought it in here so you can connect and then project. But anyway, let's continue. It will be sent on to you. In doing so, it is indispensable to look at the role of the United Nations in the quest for a better world, a more prosperous world. Now, before we go further in our discussion, let me draw our attention to one remarkable publication titled UN Ideas That Change the World. I have a copy of the book here. Maybe you can even check it online. UN Ideas That Change the World. The book itself was co-authored by 4 people. The names, Jolly, Ruiz, Thomas Wade. And the book stands as a testimony to the transformative power of the United Nations. It is part of what we know as the United Nations History Intellectual Project. What do I mean by that? That the United Nations History Intellectual Project was an attempt to document the history of the United Nations and its various ideas. The UNHIP, that's the United Nations History Intellectual Project, is based at the Graduate Center, City University of New York. And the project, UN Intellectual History Project, that is to document what the UN has done, is essentially to foster independent research on the work of the UN. And I strongly recommend this book to everybody, international scholars, and all of you, even those of you who are not even in international relations, but who are interested in that, please do go and look at it. I'm moving on to page 2. I sincerely hope that. In his foreword in that particular book, let me read briefly what the UN Secretary General said, Mr. Kofi Annan. Most of us know Mr. Kofi Annan, the late Secretary General of the UN. How many of us? If you know and have heard of Mr. Kofi Annan, please let me see your hands up. Well, the rest of us who don't know, I would strongly recommend that look at it, Google his name in terms of, he was one of the first African, to be Secretary General of the UN. This is what he said in that foreword. It is a great pleasure to write a few words at the outset of this final volume of the United Nations Intellectual History Project, specifically to urge delegates and diplomats, pundits and politicians, and staff members and scholars to read it. In that book, he highlights how seemingly radical ideas proposed by the UN, and which was somehow deemed impossible, had become mainstream ideas. These ideas were once considered outlandish, out of this world, is not possible, but they have become main issues within the UN. And there are very many of these projects. Take, for example, the question of empowerment of women. It is necessary and useful for us to reflect and go back. Who can tell me here when women were allowed to vote? Anybody knows the first time women are allowed to vote? But do we understand and know that women were not allowed to vote before? Now, the first time the women were allowed to vote was in 1875. That was the first time women were allowed to vote as democracy grew. And that was what happened at that particular period in terms of what exactly is happening. 1875. So when the women were allowed to vote, the next thing they said, okay, if we can allow to vote for men, the men should also be able to vote for us. These were some of the ideas which by 1948 the UN helped to propose. And it is so ridiculous that at a point in history, women were not even considered as a person. There were law cases, 1923 law cases, in which people had to go to court. There was, in Canada, there was an outfit in which you are supposed to nominate people like this to a council. And so when some women tried to nominate, they said, no, women are allowed to nominate. Then people now said, how come women are now doing? So the case went to court. When the case went to court, it was to determine whether a woman was a person. Long story short, at the end of the day, the court ruled that yes, a woman was a person and they can nominate people to the council in that particular period. These are some of the ideas we own. Then if you look at the idea in terms of debt relief, we know that in contemporary times, many countries are in debt. You remember Nigeria was in debt? Students in the economics department, did you ever learn anything about Nigeria's debt? Did you ever remember that Nigeria's debt was once cancelled? Yes. Okay. It was the UN that proposed it. When it was proposed, people said, no, this is not possible. But at the end of the day, the debt relief, Nigeria is indebted to about how much now today? Huh? Nigeria is indebted, billions, close to $470 billion in terms of what we owe. That means we are going back into debt again. That was what happened the first time, and President Obasanjo was those people at the forefront. And the UN, under its Jubilee project, in the Bible, it talks about a Jubilee period in which debt forgiveness can take place. But the long story short, the UN was one of those people. And so those are some of the things the UN does itself in terms of what exactly we are talking about the ideas from the UN that help to change the world. Now, despite the notable achievement, Mr. Kofi Annan acknowledged and said that, look, listen, the UN has not occasionally refused to live up to its expectation. But occasionally, then we can mention the Rwanda genocide. Where was the UN when Rwanda's genocide was going on? Today, how many of us, when they saw the news on television yesterday, online, either BBC, and then the ongoing Israeli-Palestinian crisis? How many of us? This is a crisis which started since 1948. In fact, you can even have it before 1948, because the Israeli-Palestinian crisis is said to be about 3,000 years old. But in contemporary period, 1948 till tomorrow, war is still going on. Gaza is under bombardment. So Mr. Kofi Annan accepted, but he said, and on page 2, it's a pity that we are telling you we can get it through, that after 10 years at the helm of the affair, 3 decades in various capacities, he was also the director of peacekeeping operation. I am ever more persuaded that the United Nations has a vital and inescapable role in the 21st century. That was his conclusion. The authors of the book themselves too also spoke about it, and they said that generally, the UN is just described as a bureaucratic entity, devoid of creativity and dynamism. And a lot of criticism, and I'm sure those students in international relations who also want to be diplomats, want to serve with the UN, if you go to the website of the UN, it is amazing. If you want to apply for a job, it is confusing. When you go to the General Assembly in terms of bureaucracy, what we have here is a simplified version, of what exactly is happening. The President of the General Assembly stands up, he asks all of us, and usually what this exactly says is that since wars begins in the minds of men and ends in the minds of men. Can we all rise up to reflect or to pray individually in terms of what exactly for a successful session? So we all rise up in the General Assembly quietly. The Christian will reflect, on their own, the Muslim, the Buddhist, and everybody is there. And then we now sit down. The moment we sit down, the first thing that will come up and from the delegates, maybe the delegates of Iran or the delegate of Egypt will say, Madam President, point out, there is a delegation here that has no business being in this place in General Assembly because it does not have the credentials to be here. The Egyptian or the Iranian delegate is referring to Israel. Then the Israeli delegate will say, no, Madam President, there are delegations here who are just unnecessarily saying what has no place in this place. We don't understand what they are saying. Usually, the president will say, we've taken note of the respective positions of the delegates. We will refer this case to the Credentials Committee. So the question, because if not, for the 1 hour, for the 24 hours in that place, there will be point of order, people will be saying it. So what happens when it opens, just like she has opened, it is easy here, a lot of the delegates, and we'll refer the case to the Credentials Committee, and then the discussion, can continue. So that's what happens within the place, because the UN is the home of the human race. That is the only organization where all of us are. Don't bomb me. So these are one of the things that had happened, which the UN had helped to do. But at the end of the day, we'll say that the writers of this book documented the various initiatives meticulously, how the UN has helped to promote human rights, empowerment of women, curbing and ending crisis of drugs, and they concluded, the United Nations remains a beacon of hope for addressing humanity's most pressing challenges, but requires continuous adaptation and remains faithful to its effectiveness. So let us understand how the democracy, of course, how democratic the the UN is. During the COP13 of the Climate Change Convention, the way we sit at the UN, generally you have Nicaragua, you have Netherlands, you have Niger, then of course you have Nigeria, then we have Norway. Suddenly I found a country, Niue. You could check Niue online. Niue, N-I-U-E-A. And they also came to discuss the question of climate change. So I said, Niue, what are you people doing here? They said that we are here to be part of this discussion on climate change. I said, why? They said, if our island disappears, then we will have a place to go to. A whole country. If your island disappears. I said, what's your population? They said, 1,500. I said, you hear what I said? He said, 1,500 people? The lady said, yes. Oh, that's the entire. Do you have an armed force? Do you have a military? Do you have a... I said, 1,500, you know, in a small little street in Mushi, or even in one KBAC, the KBAC and the wives, they will be more than 1,500 now. So they said, yes, we are a country. They said we don't have a military, but we have policemen. We have police. They said they have 25 policemen and 5 prisoners who can go home for weekend and come back to continue their term. I said, he said 25 policemen, that's the country, and then 5 prisoners who can go for weekend and come back to. They said, Nigeria, remember, we are also a country, and when we are voting on that resolution, we also have one vote like you. That is the UN for us, in terms of what exactly we're talking about, in terms of democracy, the question of decolonization. Now let us go on to, let me speak quickly, because I'll try and round up, maybe in about 20, 30 minutes, so that we can have some engagement. Peace, justice, equal rights. The UN and pursuit of peace in the world. If you have it. You see, after 2 devastating world wars, 1914, 1918, 1939, it became imperative to establish the United Nations. And the primary purpose is, of course, maintenance of international peace and security. And the preamble of the UN Charter captures it. It was signed by founding member state in 1945 in Francisco. Here is what it says. We, the peoples of the United Nations. It didn't say we nations. It said we, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which has twice in our lifetime, inflicted untold misery. And then recognizing, it talks about the question of recognizing our rights and things like that. Recognizing the dignity and worth of the human person, equal rights of women, on and on and on. And to unite our strength, to maintain international peace and security, and to ensure by the accession of principle and the methods that armed force should not be used, save in the community, to employ international machinery, international machinery for the promotion of the economic and social advancement of all peoples, have resolved to combine our efforts to achieve it. Accordingly, we are agreed through representatives assembled here in San Francisco, and they have exhibited their full powers, decided to establish the international organization known as United Nations. So that was what happened in Francisco. And the preamble of the UN Charter can be referred to as a ground norm, those of us who are in law, as far as that is concerned, that the UN Charter is an international legal treaty. It encapsulates the purpose and principles, responsibility, right and obligation of member states and structures of the organization. Let us just look briefly at some of the relevant provisions of the Charter. So the UN Charter is a small little book, but it contains all the issues, obligations of member states as far as that. See what is going on in Ukraine. Is it not a total violation between Ukraine and Russia? A violation of what they agreed on in 1945, that we would not use armed forces, we would not use guns? No answer. Is it not? Today, they send drones to each other. Drones from the desert in the US, or drones from Kyiv, looking to bomb other places. Total violation of what we all agreed to do at that moment. But let us briefly look at chapter 1 of the UN Charter. It talks about the core purposes and other things like that, prevention and question of peace, encompasses the issues of settlement of dispute through peaceful means. Recently, after a coup in Mali and other places, what did ECOWAS do? What did the ECOWAS do? The ECOWAS, within their framework, suspended, and then discussions went on and on between ECOWAS and member states and Mali and the other. eventually, recently, they decided to lift those sanctions in part of it, although those ones have not come back. So this is what chapter 1 says: peaceful settlement of dispute among ourselves in terms of, member state, as member state of the UN. Chapter 7 of the charter outlines mechanism for enforcing peace. And the Security Council, members of the Security Council who are here, can I see your hands up? Members of the Security Council? Only one? Okay. And I said, well, it is your duty as member of the Security Council. You have the authority to determine and respond to threat of peace and act of aggression. And this includes diplomatic efforts and other things like that. That is the power, because the Security Council is one of the main. And then let me also go on, continue, that within the framework of the UN too as well, there is also what is called the chapter 7. Chapter 7, which is enforcement, that when it becomes necessary, of course, you have to take action. Of course, chapter 8, recognizing the regional arrangement. Because, you know, when you're in New York, you're far away. New York, you're sleeping, Nigeria is waking up. In Australia, when I was in Australia, 9 hours. 9 hours. Australia, 9 hours plus what you have now. What time is it now? This is 11:20. Add 9 hours to that. You can imagine they're in the night, they're sleeping. So when problems are happening all over the place, people in New York will not know what will happen. So that is why under chapter 7, we have the regional arrangement. Some of the regional arrangements, of course, like we said, they also play very important role. Can any of the delegates who are members of any regional arrangement confirm where they are? Hello? Burkina Faso. Can you please let me, Burkina Faso, can you tap the Burkina Faso delegate? I hope it's okay. Burkina Faso. Which regional arrangement? We are talking about regional arrangement. That the United Nations has given powers to regional arrangement, to regional grouping. Which regional group do you belong to? Are you in Europe? Where are you? The distinguished delegate from Burkina Faso. Which continent are you? Africa. Which organization do you belong to?
Hey.
Which? Give him the microphone, please. Can you answer us? We are in the General Assembly. I'm asking you, which continent do you belong to? Can you speak to the mic?
Africa, sir. Africa.
Africa. Okay, which organization do you in Africa? What's the name of the organization? Burkina Faso, you are a member of the African Union. We hope you will continue to be, in terms of... can I have somebody from Europe? Where is the UK? Is UK here? United Kingdom, quickly, please. United Kingdom. Thank you, the distinguished delegates of the United Kingdom. Which region do you belong to? You have the mic.
Europe.
Thank you very much. That means you're a member of the European Union. Finally, so that we don't waste too much time, can I come to Brazil? Brazil, which continent are you? South America, well, of course. Brazil said South America because there is also the OAS. The OAS is Organization of American States. So what the UN does is to use these regional groupings, African Union, Organization of African States, then from Jamaica you have the CARICOM in terms of the Caribbean community, so that this regional arrangement can help in terms of promoting the work of the United Arab. So that's what happened. I just thought I should bring it alive so that it is not abstract. And of course, I'm sure from what I will have said, our exchanges, you've seen and know that the UN under Chapter 8 has this regional arrangement. And this is what you will see. You will see ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Countries, Caribbean Community, CARICOM, and then also ECOWAS, too, is also sub-region. And why do we have this company? When wars break out in those places, or there are problems, it is those organizations, on behalf of the UN, the Security Council, say, okay, African Union, please go ahead. Today, African Union is trying to sort things out in Somalia to deal with the issue. During the period we have problems in West Africa too as well, we also had ECOMOG. ECOMOG was the Economic Community Military Force that helped us to put out the fire in Liberia and Sierra Leone. How many of us here remember the Sierra Leonean and Liberian wars? Well, thank you. And you know there is this one still crisis in Darfur now. The AU and the UN has forces in those places. Let us go on and quickly to the question of the UN peacekeeping operation. That is item 3. Item 3. I hope it's on board. Yes, fine. You can take note on it, but you will get it later on. The UN Department of Peace Operation and DPKO are very important operational arm of the UN. They provide the political and executive direction. It was established in 1948. That was when the first UN peacekeeping operation was established. Between to keep peace between Pakistan as well as India. As of today, the UN has had over 70 peacekeeping forces. And despite the criticism and its challenges, the peacekeeping and enforcement missions have contributed significantly to the maintenance of peace and international peace. That is a very key and very important thing we should note. Nigeria has played a very important role in peacekeeping operation. 1960, Nigeria was just a few minutes old. We became independence when? What month? After we became independent, and on October 1, a few hours, I don't know the exact time the flight took off, we sent a key peacekeeping force to Congo because of the crisis in the Congo. And it was led by General Aguiyi at that time. And of course, also, that was the MONUC, the United Nations. The MONUC, MONUC, stands from the French acronym, Mission aux Nations Unies en Congo. That is the meaning of MONUC. But it is the UN mission, peacekeeping mission in it. So that was what happened. And of course, General Ironsi led us, and Nigerian military men have been commander of UN peacekeeping forces. We have General Oyinola. He was commander in Somalia, UNISOM 2, and late General Kupolati was also commander as far as him. Now, let's look at item 4 quickly. I'll try and run through. The DPKO, Department of Peacekeeping Operation, was established in 1992 by Boutros Ghali, Secretary General now. And he played a very key role during that period. His tenure also, of course, led to the question of renewing peacekeeping efforts. But peacekeeping is a very expensive business. On the average, you talk about $65 billion in terms of peacekeeping. Right. I understand I have just about 10 minutes. So it's a very expensive business, and of course, at the end of the day, a lot of the member states are the one that. But despite criticism, particularly regarding the performance of peacekeeping forces, who are known as the Blue Beret, it's a very important issue for UN peacekeeping operation. But the UN has to revamp its position in terms of peacekeeping, because you try and keep peace on. What are the two people don't want to do? And then they start attacking you, the peacekeeper. So the UN moved from peacekeeping to peace enforcement. So when UN forces go and peace, and some warlords are attacking them, they are allowed to also fight back. This is what is a doctrine, is a major development as far as the question of peacekeeping. So from just peacekeeping, we now talk about peace enforcement. Many of us read about Rwanda genocide here. How many of us? The Rwanda genocide. Almost 1 million people. The peace the officer, the peace commander was General Romeo Dallaire. General Romeo Dallaire was asking New York to send in troops, but they did not say. They said whether it was genocide or not. The general wanted to commit suicide twice. That how can I, a general, be here and this is going on? So it was one of the things which. So, but apart from that, so the UN also said it is better to prevent problem, and that's why we have the peace. We have what is referred to as the peacekeeping effort. We're talking about the question of peace and prosperity and development. The perception of development today is totally different, and that's why I'm making reference to the Stockholm Conference. The Stockholm Conference was a conference on environment and human environment. In terms of, it is not enough for us to just develop. We must develop in a sustainable manner. Mrs. Okemen spoke about sustainability in terms of sustainable manner. So the Stockholm Conference, I will ask you to go and look more on that in terms of the Stockholm Declaration. It established a UNEP and other things like that. And of course, at the end of the day, it became a very important in terms of. But what happened in 1992 is very important. The Rio Earth Summit 7.0, the 1992 Rio Earth Summit and the outcome. That summit was what led to adoption of 3 major conventions. The UNFCCC, Convention on Climate Change, which you are familiar. We're familiar with climate change. Rain falling when there should be no rain. When there should be rain, it is hot. So we have the UNFCCC, Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Biodiversity and Desertification. And then, of course, it also recommended sustainable development. It also recommends sustainable development. Let me just briefly speak on what is sustainable development. The sustainable development, of course, speaks about us taking care of 3 things in the process of development: the environment, tackle socioeconomic problems, and first, of course, ensure that poverty is ended. So sustainable development. It was a sustainable development paradigm and idea that led, of course, to the MDGs and the Sustainable Development Goals. We're all familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals. How many Sustainable Development Goals do we have? Quickly. Can somebody just say, you are familiar with UN Sustainable Development Goals? 17, thank you very much. Please, the idea of sustainable development, came in from the sustainable development, the Rio Earth Summit, in terms of what exactly is happening. Now, as I round up, we will be playing the ostrich if, at this session of the General Assembly, we do not say a few words about the violent and horrendous killings in Gaza. We must remind ourselves that promptly on the establishment of the UN, the question of Palestine was on the agenda. The UN Special Commission on Palestine was established. It divided the place into 2. The Arabs. Some people are saying, let us have a federal. They said, no, these two people will kill themselves. They will finish killing themselves. So there was the state of Israel and then the state of Palestine. The Israelis, on their part, accepted, but the Arabs said, no, they met us on the ground. We must drive them to the Mediterranean Sea. Long story short, 1948, the state of Israel was established, and of course, fighting continued, 1967 war. So the wars have continued unended. The war has continued unended. Please, can I have some water? My water is there. The war had continued, unended. 1967 war, 1978 war, 1982 war, 1922, so continuously until what exactly we have today. But until now, thank you very much, we now have the Oslo Peace Accord. Is the representative delegate for Norway here? Norway? Not here? Oh, Norway. The representative of Norway. Well, it's a pity, Madam President, the representative, I hope they sent a message to apologize, to excuse why they are not present. Maybe they will join at the committee stages. Norway was the country that helped to broker the Oslo Peace Accord, in which it was agreed that Palestinians land for peace. And that was why there was peace, and some part of the Palestinian land, part of the land, Bethlehem and a few others, were given to the Palestinian Authority. So we have the Palestinian Authority, then we have the state of Palestine, although not yet, of course, an independent state. So, but the continuous fight in Gaza is terrible. And that's why I think it is necessary for us to have something to do about it. And in the final analysis, we hope I'm on page 13, which is towards the last page, that we need to revive the Oslo Peace Accord. And we are glad that the United States, which is a main backer of the U.S. itself, of Israel, is saying, yes, we can now go back to Oslo Peace Accord to see how we can sort it out, so that the state of Palestine can be established and lived by side with the state of Israel. Now, let me go on to my concluding remarks. I crave your indulgence. I have the online version of this. Please, it will be sent to all the students so they can look at it, because there's no way, when you're talking about the world, 9 billion people, peace, development, there's no way I can do it in the next 10 minutes. But let me now go on to my concluding remarks. What are my closing thoughts? I'll read it through it in the next few minutes. In sharing my thoughts, I would like to draw attention to the observation, the Nobel Peace Prize, what it said when it awarded the Peace Prize in 2001 to the UN Secretary General, Mr. Kofi Annan, and the UN as a corporate entity. The Nobel Peace underscored how the organization was tackling various challenges, such as conflict, poverty, gender equality. Today, the organization is at the forefront of efforts to achieve peace and security in the world and international mobilization. And it said the only negotiable route to global peace and cooperation goes by the way of the United Nations. That is the only way, and that we should work on it. As a Nigerian diplomat, I served in the 3 of the UN headquarters. 2 times in Nairobi. Served 2 times in the Palm Mission, New York. Then, of course, I was also in Vienna. And I agree with this communication, the conclusion on the peace. On my part, I can also say that the UN works despite the barrage of criticism, but it can function better. That's why we talk about the question of reform of the UN. I'm therefore glad that today we are having this model UN here. This is the response to call for action, and I'm glad the university is responding to the call. On the part of our government, Nigeria, there is need to give priority to education, just like countries like India and China did, that made a good example. Our government at all levels, national, state level, must wake up so people can feel the impact of governance to demands to end poverty and then the standard of living. And in the quest for a call, your generation have a lot of role to play. The collective action we're calling for devotes some people like us. People like me, we are old. You see, I'm asking for water to drink after speaking for just a few minutes. My legs seems to be wobbling. Now, I'm eager to sit down. But your generation have a lot to do. And you are in the internet age, ICT age, a technological age with transformative power which you can use to help to promote peace, security, and sustainable development. And I trust we'll ride up to the challenge. Let me end with this story. When I was in Nairobi in Kenya, we went on to myself and my dear wife. And you know, the women with their gele. And I have to go and learn how to do gele. Because if you're not careful, the men, please listen to this, go and learn how to tie gele. If you are going out with your wife for the next 1 or 2 hours, even when they go to church, the gele is still. So I had to learn how to tie it. She brings this back. I love doing it from the front. Back, she holds it, I hold it, do it. Then I style it up. It's either satellite dish or ice cream cone. The moment we stepped into the reception, one man came to me. He said, I know you and from Nigeria. Let me say this, and then we can introduce ourselves. He said, if they said your country, Nigeria, had landed a man on the moon 10 years ago, this was 2003, we will all be saying, that was late. Because Nigeria is a great country. I work with members of your country. I was in your country, development of agricultural farms, factories, and all that. And I also worked with Nigerians in Boeing, in Seattle, during the development of the Boeing 747. If you Google it, you will see, or go on chatbot, the development of the Boeing 747 started in 1960. He said it was a Nigerian that led the research into the functioning of the hydraulics of the Boeing 747 undercarriageway. He said that is the greatest, that is what your country is. He said, but I don't know where you people took the wrong turning. He said, I wish you all the very best. I think the story tells it all. The potentials of our country. At the end of the day, it lies on your generation. And that was what I said at the 46th convocation lecture, which I gave in Ife 2020. You will carry the banner to make us a great country at the end of the day, where we'll be able to be what we are supposed to be, play our role at the UN, and of course a better living zone for everybody. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity. I feel highly honored, and I guess, but sometimes we'll have to arrange, sir, for me to come back occasionally. Maybe it will be part of tutorials so that we can look at some of these things. And because at the end of the day, giving your own time. If we can, Madam President, I thank you for the promising. Merci bien pour l'opportunité de parler un petit ici. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup aussi. Okay, thank you, sir, for your presentation. Thank you very much. Please a resounding applause for our guest speaker.
Am I standing for a few minutes?
Yes, please. Just a key highlight about what he said briefly. Delegates, we are the United Nations, and the United Nations is us. And for the sustainability of our world for peace, it has to start from all of us in our various spaces. So we'll be entertaining just one question. Is there any delegate that wish to ask, sir?
Well, maybe we can take three if we have the time.
Okay,
I remember gender balance.
Okay, let's take two, gender balance. Delegates? Does anyone have questions or features?
Or comments?
Or comments?
Thereabout on any of the issue? I see that we talked about Israeli-Palestinian thing. The delegates of Israel want to say something?
Okay, the Vice President of the General Assembly has a question.
Or the Vice President. Vous avez la parole. Ah oui?
Any question? Please raise your placards. Delegates of Ethiopia.
Ah voilà. Vous avez la parole. Le délégué de l'Éthiopie. Ah voilà. Vous avez la parole.
The delegate of Ethiopia would like to ask a question, sir. Please, is peace enforcement in Africa effective?
Is that what?
Is peace enforcement in Africa effective?
Well, thank you very much. I think I can just answer you briefly. Yes, it is. We have practical cases. ECOMOG, I told you that regional agreement, the UN allows, it allows enforcement forces. ECOMOG forces were sent to Liberia and Sierra Leone. They were the one that helped to end the coup. Yaya Jammeh in Gambia, distinguished representative of Gambia, you're here? Yes, Yaya Jammeh didn't want to go. A few ECOWAS, by the time the ECOWAS forces landed in Banjul, the man ran away. So that is how it's a direct response. Perfect example of the question of the possibility of peace enforcement being possible. We said the UN moved from just peacekeeping. Some warlord will just capture a few places. It's like some warlord capturing the gold in Osho and raising an army, and then saying they are the owners. That's what's happening in Sierra Leone, in those places. So the UN said, yes, we are no longer just keeping peace. We are no longer fixing peace. They slap us, we slap them back. So peace enforcement, in simple terms, is effective.
Thank you very much, sir.
Kiela?
Delegates of Sierra Leone, United States of America.
Et voilà, les États Unis, Lieutenant Eunice, merci, vous avez la parole. Nous écoutons. Allez-y.
Thank you very much. The delegate of Sierra Leone would like to ask a question. Concerning treaties on global warming and climate change, how effective are these? Because we are not seeing any significant change, especially in Sierra Leone, because this is a major problem that we are facing at the moment. And so we urge member states, including the UN, to please move into these nations that are facing this climate, this global warming, so that we can effectively move for a more sustainable nation.
Merci, Madame. Merci, Madame. Let me just also answer that with a practical example. I served the permission to the UN in Nairobi in Kenya for 4 years. I was acting PAM rep to UNEP. And I also have an academic and intellectual dimension to that. I have a master's in international law. And then my project was on international environmental law and diplomacy. I was part of negotiations of the Basel Convention on hazardous waste. Please go and Google and look at the digital dump. You can look at it, digital dump. Nigeria is a digital dump in which they dump all sorts of things, useful or not. In the negotiation of the Montreal Protocol was to help to close up the ozone layer. You know, it was helping, it was affecting us. And so the protocol, the treaty on the ozone layer was negotiated so that our activity will close it up. It's one of the most successful treaties as far as the ozone layer is concerned. Now go on to the climate change. You mentioned global warming. It was the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention, that helped us to tackle the question of global warming. And at the end of the day, what action should we take? Now, our activities is warming up the atmosphere. What do we do? Go on to have a sustainable development pattern to reduce, you know, the factories. If you go around, you see, I'm staying at the Western Zone. When I'm passing by, I perceive some odor in the place. So the action through the treaty on the climate change and the Kyoto Protocol for implementation is one we are working on. So each year, I participated in the COP, it's called the COP, Conference of Parties, 13, 14, 15. The last one, I think, was held in Dubai. And you would know and remember that funds were allocated so that nations and countries can take. I'm sure there is a Department of Environmental Studies here, isn't it? There is. Because I have participated here on climate change and things like that. But the long story short is that the respective COPs, each year, money is allocated. I think in Dubai, close to about I can't remember now, maybe 50 or 60 billion. So it is left for your country at the end of the day. And in time with the theme of this event, a collective call for action. You must take action. You must have your national action in terms of to prevent global warming. That is why we now have the NCC, National Council on Climate. And, you know, like they said, I was in Oshobo a few days ago with our governor on initiative for carbon credits. What does that mean? How many of us know the Agowu Forest Reserve? How many of us know the Agowu Forest Reserve is in Osun State? If you are going to Ibadan, when you get to Ikiri, you pass by. How many of us from Cross Rivers here? Cross River know about the urban hill rainforest? Anybody from Cross Rivers here? Nobody? Well, okay, there is it. Who's that? Okay, do you know of the urban hill rainforest? You don't know? When you're on holidays, please go on, or you can even Google it and see. Are you from a Budu area? No. Anyway, so that we don't waste our time, we have all this forest. Carbon from those places, they help to absorb carbon and give up oxygen. So the Osun state government wants to, one, preserve the forest, reduce foreign. So a company from France, and I was invited to join them. So I went. They went to look at the place. So that is what happens in terms of calling for. In the environment circuit, we say concretizing the abstractions. To concretize the abstraction, we need action in that particular. So that is what has happened in terms of adaptation program. The kind of farming you have, don't just burn and slash and things like that. This is what we are talking about, that this treatise, which you made reference to, is very useful, it is important, but we need to have action at the local level to be able to make it. I think Prof wants to say something about that. Yes, sir. Hello? Microphone.
Thank you very much, sir, for this stimulating lecture. But there's an area I was also hoping to perhaps you would have touched upon. You spoke pretty much about the current crisis in the Middle East, talking about the desecration of the Gaza area by the Israelis. And now you are talking about the return to the Oslo Accords.
Yes, sir.
And of course, I know that one of the fundamental, or rather, will I call it an agreement because they reneged on it? Two that easily come to mind, or three. One, the issue of the refugees was not settled, the right of return, and then the status of Jerusalem. There's a book I have by Jimmy Carter, Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid. And in that book, he made allusion to the fact that Yasser Arafat carried him along while they were coming up with the Oslo Peace Accords. And Israel, at a particular period, started throwing up all manner of caveats. And to that extent, what I'm driving at here, sir, is that it's interesting that there is that call to return to the Oslo Accords. But how do you reconcile a situation where there is no genuine attempt on the side of the Israelis to really push for peace? And I make this submission finally, that until there is fundamental reform within the Security Council, then we cannot really talk about the Palestinians getting their due, what is due to them on that matter.
Thank you very much, sir. Like I said, I served 2 times in New York at the UN, and I sat in the meetings of the Security Council. But also, you know, God has a way of taking us through our path. God also sent me to Israel. So I was on ground practically in Israel to see what we are talking about. Madam President talking about the resolution in Israel. A lot of people have not been there, but I lived it. And I saw the practical dimension as far as the question of the issues we're talking about. Sir, General Rabin was a commander of the Israeli Defense Forces. He was one of those people who led the Israeli forces to the Western Wall. When the Israeli captured East Jerusalem and they touched the wall, they were weeping. Now 3,000 years, King David, Solomon, who built, were back in it at the end of the day. But it was the same Rabin who said at the end of the day, when he became prime minister, we must give land for peace. That confirms the point you're making. Yes, you know. The Security Council, yes, to some extent. But at the end of the day, the call for action, the action that is needed, is in the state of Israel itself, between Israelis and Palestinians. It is. Because at the end of the day, and ironically, when Ehud Barak, also on Israeli time, you know the Israelis like voting for soldiers. Ehud Barak was prime minister. Ehud Barak was ready to discuss Jerusalem. Because you talk about the question of Jerusalem. Israelis say Jerusalem is the eternal capital of the state of Israel. which was established by David 3,000 years ago. How many people are alive 3,000 years ago? We would never discuss it. But Ehud Barak, who was the prime minister, agreed and offered to discuss how West Jerusalem can become the capital of the state of Israel, and East Jerusalem can discuss the capital as Zion. Let me tell you this practical story, anecdote, and then I will round up on it. The Defense College from Nigeria came to Israel 1995. I was the officer, the political affairs officer on ground. So we went, they took us around to see how did Israel, this one Israel, how the fighting forces, how have they done it? They captured the Golan Heights, they captured West Bank, they captured Sinai from Egypt, fought about 5 different countries. So we went to go and learn and see. So we went to a military intelligence office, underground, and then we were discussing. You know, the 3 issues, like you say, under the Oslo Peace Accord is the status of refugees, final borders, and then the status of Jerusalem. So one of our officers, I think it's Group Captain Ajoben or somebody, asked, and I said, look, okay, thank you very much for telling us how you had developed. Then they said, but what about Jerusalem? So the military officer, Major, I think I'm trying to remember, the name. He said, look, no, don't mention Jerusalem. Jerusalem belongs to all of us, to us, Israelis. We would never, jamais, like they say in French, we would never discuss Jerusalem. It is so we said thank you. All of us got up. Then we went out. We were entering our bus. When we were entering our bus, the liaison officer, I'm trying to remember. He said, Ayo, come, bring them back. I said, look, we're tired. We want to go. It's about 2 hours drive to Jerusalem. To Tel Aviv. Then we all came, and then the major said, please sit down, all of you. I said, no, we will never discuss Jerusalem. Then he said, maybe we will discuss Jerusalem. He said, because we said we would never talk to them. We will fight ourselves to finish. But we went to Oslo and started discussing with the Palestinians. And then we agreed to give some land back to them. He said, maybe we'll talk about it. So it's like, never say no. Dynamics of international relations, dynamics of event. And that's why the United States, the U.S. delegation, we understand the President Biden has now said they are ready to look at the Oslo Peace Accord. You remember, that is what happened. And before then, the U.S. and others said, no, we will never discuss, we will never go back to Oslo Peace Accord. But they are now talking about, in terms of the question of going back to Oslo Peace Accord, as far as that issue is concerned, in terms of what's to be done. Security Council, about 2 days ago, what happened? 14 of them. The EU delegates, thank you for being part of that resolution. And as all of you, they have now adopted a resolution for a ceasefire, at least during the period of holy month of Ramadan, 2 weeks. Ceasefire. From ceasefire, you've now discussed. So this is the dynamics. Israel itself, which in 1967, captured 6 countries. 6 in 6 days. October 7 to today, how many months? October, November, December, January, February, March. 6 mois. Comment on dit en français? 6 mois. 6 months. They've not even been able to overcome Gaza. 6 months. That tells you the dynamics of international relations and the question of relations between states. So, sir, in terms of answering your question, I see, that eventually this is what will happen in terms of, except if there are negotiations under the table, which we don't know again. The Oslo Peace 1 and 2 still remains one of the main ways to be able to sort this problem out. Merci bien. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie. Merci bien. And I wish all of us delegates safe journey back to our respective homes and countries.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. For other delegates that may have questions, please kindly write it in a piece of paper and pass through the volunteers. They will get to our honorable guest speaker. Thank you. We'll be moving ahead to read the resolutions of various committees, but before then, we need volunteers because the votes will be counted by the volunteers alone. We need volunteers on, at least 2 volunteers on the aisle. For each column, we need at least 2 volunteers. So 2 volunteers counting each of the columns. Please, quietly. Thank you, distinguished delegates. The General Assembly is called to order. Please maintain decorum. Place your placards before you. And we'll be calling on the committees, the General Assembly committees, to present their draft resolution first, which would be voted in favor or against by the delegates. The delegation of countries, please nominate their representatives. If there are delegates representing one country, like more than one delegate representing a country, only one delegate in the delegation should vote. So a delegation nominates a representative that would vote in favor or against any resolution. Thank you. We'll be calling on the General Assembly First Committee to present their draft resolution. DISEC. No applause. Dissect, read the introductory paragraph and go straight to the operative clauses.
Honorable Dias, distinguished chair, the Dissect Committee presents
Delegate of Ethiopia, this is the General Assembly. You address us as chairs. Please, if you would correct that.
Okay. Honorable President of the General Assembly, distinguished delegates, the Dissect Committee presents its resolution on the topic Empowering Global Youth, Catalyst for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Initiatives, co-sponsored by the United States of America, Israel, China, and Mauritius, signed by Angola, Mexico, Germany, Jamaica, and Norway. The General Assembly urges member states to either implement restrictions on the acquisition of arms by youths or require the procurement of licenses for such possession. Urges member states to identify the root causes of the need for youths to possess arms and actively combat these underlying issues. calls for increased support and funding for youth-driven projects and initiatives that contribute to disarmament, arms control, and non-proliferation efforts, encourages member states to integrate disarmament and non-proliferation education into formal and non-formal educational curricula, calls upon member states to prioritize the inclusion of youth voices and perspectives in national and international deliberations on disarmament and non-proliferation, encourages member states to support youth-led organizations and initiatives aimed at promoting disarmament education, awareness raising, and advocacy, invites relevant international organizations, including the United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs and the International Atomic Energy Agency, to collaborate with youth organizations and networks in promoting disarmament and non-proliferation objectives.
On the second topic, nuclear proliferation and its impact on regional security in the Middle East, co-sponsored by Ethiopia, Angola, Sudan, Saudi Arabia, signed by Mexico, Netherlands, Bulgaria, Mozambique, and Norway, the General Assembly urges the establishment of a regional nuclear disarmament treaty among Middle Eastern nations with robust verification mechanisms to ensure compliance and prevent proliferation, encourages the promotion of dialogue and peace-building measures between Middle Eastern states to reduce tensions and encourage peaceful resolutions of disputes, supports the strengthening of the International Atomic Energy Agency safeguard system in the Middle East to enhance monitoring and verification of nuclear activities, suggests the creation of regional frameworks involving Middle Eastern countries to address the root causes of nuclear proliferation and promote stability, urges member states to embrace the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which has been neglected by Middle East countries, calls upon the United Nations to place sanctions on the distribution of to Middle East countries, calls upon UN member states in the Middle East to support the proposal of a Middle East weapons of mass destruction free zone, and suggests that the International Atomic Energy Agency ensures regional nuclear stations are situated at strategic locations in order to monitor the purchase of nuclear materials and ensure that they are used for peaceful purposes and do not in any way contribute to proliferation of nuclear weapons. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegates from the ISEC committee. We'll be entertaining only one point of information for the committee. Delegates of the United States of America.
Thank you very much, President. The delegate of the United States of America would like to raise a point of information to the DISEC committee on their sixth resolution for Resolution 1. It says, encourages member states to support youth, number 4, encourages member states to integrate disarmament and non-proliferation education into formal and non-formal educational curricula. The delegate of the United States is puzzled as to how sustainable this is. Because in a war-torn country like the Democratic Republic of Congo, where almost every child is out of school, about 3.5 million children are out of school, out of their 95.9 million citizens. How do you think integrating disarmament and non-proliferation schemes would be sustainable in an area like that, where almost no child is going to school?
DISEC committee.
The DISEC committee would like to emphasize on both formal and non-formal educational curricula. Non-formal educational curricula can include regional relations between regional groups, religious groups relating with each other, movies, books. The education doesn't have to be in a school. It doesn't have to include funds.
Thank you, Dissect Committee. Due to time, we would not be taking any other points of information. Thank you, distinguished delegates. We'll be going straight to voting. If you're displeased or you do not accept their draft resolution, this is the point for you to notify, to emphasize on that. So we'll be going straight to voting. Volunteers, please be at your position and count accurately. Delegates in favor of the draft resolution presented by the Dissect Committee, please signify by raising your placards. Delegates, please put your placards above your heads. Volunteers, please get the sum total of each column and report to the delegation only has one vote. So a delegation should nominate a delegate that would vote on behalf of the delegation. Volunteers? Please remember that this is a substantive matter and we need two-thirds majority, which is 84 votes for you to pass. You may put down your placards. Delegates against this draft resolution, please raise your placards. Delegates from the voting, we had 63 delegates that responded present, and those are the only delegates that have the right to abstain, whereas other delegates have to vote. So if we had only 112 delegates that voted in favor, we should have more than the number of delegates that raised their placard for the against. Delegates will call again. Delegates against the draft resolution presented by the dissect committee, please raise your placards and keep them above your heads. You may put down your placards. Delegates abstaining, please raise your placards. Delegates that are neither in favor of the draft resolution or against the draft resolution, please raise your placards. Delegates will have to go over the voting procedure again. For all delegates that responded present and voting, you must vote in favor or against the draft resolution. For all delegates that responded only present, you have the right to abstain. As well, you can vote in favor or against the draft resolution. Delegates, volunteers, each volunteer for every column counts, and then sum total to make it very quick, please. Delegates in favor of the draft resolution presented by the dissect committee, please raise your placards and keep them above your heads. Volunteers, please make it snappy. Thank you, delegates. You may put down your placards. Delegates, put down your placards. Delegates that are against the draft resolution presented by the dissect committee, please raise your placards and keep them above your heads. Delegates of Albania, are you abstaining or you're voting against? Thank you, delegates. You may put down your placards. Delegates abstaining, please raise your placards. Distinguished delegates, we have the vote for in support of the draft resolution, we have 118 votes. Against the draft resolution, we have 7 votes, and in abstention, we have 2 votes. By simple majority or by two-thirds majority, this draft resolution clearly passes. You may clap. Congratulations to the DISEC committee. I think the only committee that was able to come up with 2 draft resolutions. A round of applause for the DISEC committee. So we'll call upon the second General Assembly committee to present their draft resolution. ECOFIN. Delegates, please refrain from clapping until the draft resolution passes. Thank you. The delegates of Malta, to what point do you rise?
As the delegate of Malta believes that one point of information is not enough to scrutinize and properly evaluate each resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegates of Malta. As your point is clearly recognized and it's in order. However, accounting that many of us will have to return to our various countries today, and our guest speakers most especially would also have to return to their homes today. And being that many of us are coming from many different continents, we would have to return back to manage the time appropriately. The representative from the Ecofin Committee, please comment with the preamble and then go straight to the operative clause. Thank you, distinguished delegates. We have 122 votes in favor of the draft resolution. Please refrain from clapping now. We have 2 votes against the draft resolution and 0 abstaining. By two-thirds majority, the draft resolution clearly passes. You may clap. Congratulations to the delegates of ECOFIN Committee. And also to the chair, the vice chair, and rapporteur. So we'll be calling on the General Assembly Third Committee to their draft resolution. The chair, the vice chair, and rapporteur from SOCOM, the officials did not receive your draft resolution. Read the preamble and go straight to the operative process. Thank you.
Honorable President, Vice President, and Secretary General of the General Assembly, the draft resolution for SOCOM. The sponsors include United Kingdom, China, Israel, Italy, Poland, Nigeria, Central African Republic, Netherlands. The signatories are Afghanistan, Argentina, Australia, Bahamas, Brazil, Costa Rica, Cote d'Ivoire, Croatia, Cyprus, Djibouti, Dominican Republic, Egypt, Ethiopia, Finland, France, Gabon, Georgia, Ghana, Indonesia, Iran, Ireland, Jamaica, Japan, Kenya, Kuwait, Latvia, Lebanon, Luxembourg, Malaysia, Maldives, Mauritania, Mexico, Morocco, Mozambique, New Zealand, Panama, Qatar, Republic of Korea, Romania, Rwanda, Serbia, Chile, Somalia, South Sudan, Spain, Sudan, Sweden, Switzerland, Ukraine, and United Arab Emirates. The topic is promotion and protection of the rights of women and children in conflict-prone regions.
Stresses the importance of women and children in the aspect of in the aspect of nation building, and as a major factor in the promotion of peace, prosperity, and sustainability. Reiterates the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, which aims to promote gender equality and empowerment of women by actively involving women in decision-making processes from the local to the international level. Draws the attention of member states to the effect of these practices on the physical, mental, and social well-being of women and children.
Encourages member states that since they have already agreed to the provisions of this convention, they should make more efforts so child labor does not still occur. Urges neighboring member states with displaced women and children to put into effect their rights and have proper access to humanitarian aid according to 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees. Reminds member states of Article 7 and 8 of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women and supports the active participation of women in government positions.
Request international communities to assist in providing therapy centers and safe zones for the women and children affected in various countries, in conflict-prone regions by developing and implementing strong policies like ensuring adequate access to justice for survivors of violence and abuse, establish specialized courts, legal aid services, and shelters to provide protection, counseling, medical care, and rehabilitation for women and children affected by violence. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates from Soaking Committee. We'll be entertaining one point of information to this committee in regards to their draft resolution. Delegates of Malta.
Thank you, Excellency. Malta is puzzled as to how the signatories of this resolution include countries that pay no regards to human rights. I would like to list specific countries that still have gender-based violence happening there. For example, Afghanistan, Somalia, Pakistan, and South Sudan.
Thank you, delegates of Malta. Do we have a response from Soaking Committee?
All right, the Soaking Committee is here basically to provide solutions to these problems. So if these countries that you've mentioned are still experiencing these things, that is why we are producing solutions to curb all of these practices. Thank you.
Delegates order. Thank you. Thank you, delegates from Soaking Committee. We'll proceed to voting. Re-emphasizing, delegates that responded present and voting during the roll call, please, you have to vote in favor or against the draft resolution. Whereas delegates that responded only present can choose to refrain, also vote in favor or against the draft resolution. Volunteers, please take your positions. Delegates in favor of the draft resolution from Soaking Committee, please raise your placards and keep them above your heads. Thank you, delegates. You may put down your placards. Delegates against the motion, against the draft resolution from Soaking Committee, please raise your placards. Delegates of Afghanistan, we believe that your member country is part of the signatory for this draft resolution. We wonder why you're raising your placard against the same draft resolution. Delegates of Afghanistan, do you have a response to this? Okay, so we'll be going over the voting again. Delegates in favor of the draft resolution presented by Sokyum, please raise your placards and keep them above your heads. Please keep your placards above your heads. Delegates in favor of this draft resolution, please put your placards above your heads. Placards down. Thank you. Delegates, you may put your placards down. Vietnam, Somalia, thank you. Delegates against the draft resolution presented by Soaking Committee, please raise your placards and keep them above your heads. Belarus, keep your placards above your head. Thank you, distinguished delegates. You may put your placards down. Any delegates abstaining? Thank you. We have 124 votes in favor of the draft resolution. We have 10 votes against and 0 votes abstaining. By two-thirds majority, the draft resolution for Soaking Committee clearly passes. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations to the chair and the vice chair and the rapporteur. Congratulations to Soaking Committee. Moving forward, we're calling on the General Assembly Fourth Committee, SPECPO, to present their draft resolution. Delegates, just read the topic. Just read the topic and go straight to operative clauses.
The President, the Vice President, and Secretary General of the General Assembly. The Special Political and Decolonization Committee are here to present our draft resolutions on the topic Global Stability, collaborative approach to the peaceful exploration of outer space for international security. Our sponsors, Andorra,
Proceed to the operative clauses. Thank you.
calls for the enlargement of the framework of the Outer Space Treaty to include a provision to address the issue of militarization and the placement of weapons that could be militarized in space, a provision to explicitly define the term peaceful purpose only to mean the responsible utilization of resources in space in a way that ensures that other nation states are not adversely affected by a nation's activity in space, a provision that addresses the issue of orbital debris and the liability of launching states that produce debris through their space activities, urges the adequate enforcement of the guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities adopted in June 2019 by the United Nations Committee on Peaceful Use of Outer Space and the Space Debris Mitigation Guidelines developed by the Interagency Debris Committee in order to control high level of space debris orbiting space, encourages the regulation of deployment of orbital satellites that could be militarized to ensure that they are deployed in a peaceful and responsible manner. The regulation to address strengthening of the registration convention, which requires states to register objects they launch into space and provide adequate and complete information about it. This will ensure that all countries are aware of the potential risks and can take appropriate measures to mitigate them. Recommends the establishment of a peaceful task force under the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. The task force is to be named the United Nations Space Security and Investigation Agency, whose purpose is to address the lack of clear enforcement for determining and collecting compensation for damage caused during space activities. Its functions would include to ensure all bodies and agencies involved in the monitoring of peaceful use of outer space and collecting data are effective and efficient, to monitor the determining and collection of compensation for damage caused already covered by the Liability Convention, calls upon the United Nations to further strengthen the Outer Space Treaty by adopting the use of reusable space objects to reduce the accumulation of debris in outer space, thereby preventing the risk it poses to further space exploration and the threat to the International Space Station. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates from SPECPO Committee. We'll be entertaining one point of information only. I will proceed straight to voting. Brazil.
Quite a concise resolution, but based on the principles of international law, we would like to state that every member state within the United Nations is able to exercise their sovereignty. So we believe that the demilitarization of member states in terms of spatial activities could actually limit our sovereignty. So we would like for the SPECO committee to expand more on that so as to enlighten us concerning that fact.
Can the delegate of Brazil state his point of information again?
The delegation of Brazil will repeat our point of information again, which is the fact that based on the principles of international law, every member state exercises the principle of sovereignty, and the restriction or the demilitarization of a member state in terms of spatial activities naturally limits the sovereignty of every member state within this conference. We would like for the SPECO committee to expand more as to how our sovereignty is protected.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dias, distinguished delegates. To answer that question, I would like to refer you to Space International Law. If we are all fully aware, as delegates in the United Nations, sovereignty does not tend to space. And as such, any decisions made concerning activities in space do not affect the sovereignty of any member state. Does that answer your question? Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegates from SPECFO. Will commence to voting. Are the volunteers in position? Delegates in favor of the draft resolution presented by SPECFO committee, please raise your placards and keep them above your heads. Delegates in favor of the draft resolution, please keep your placards above your heads. Thank you, delegates. Please put your placards down. Mortar, please put your placard down. Delegates against the draft resolution, please raise your placards. Please raise them above your heads. Burkina Faso, above your head. Thank you. Thank you, delegates. Please put them down. Delegates abstaining. Okay, thank you. So we have 97 delegates in favor, 23 delegates against the draft resolution, and 0 abstaining. By two-thirds majority, the draft resolution clearly passes. Congratulations to delegates from SPECFO committee, to the chair and vice chair and rapporteur. So we'll be moving to the presentation of the draft resolution from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA. Being a specialized agency and not a member of a committee of the General Assembly, UNECA would just present their resolution and would not entertain any points of information, nor voting. The topic and go straight to the operating clauses.
To the General Assembly, to the GA of the General Assembly, to the President of the General Assembly, the Vice President, and the Secretary General. The topic for the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa was on mitigation of conflicts through intra-regional trade in Africa. For our operative clause on this resolution, we first call on African nations to, rather than rely on countries outside Africa, implementation aspirations and expectations should be encouraged within the continent to reduce dependency on external markets and diversify trade partners.
Recommends cross-border infrastructures beyond national borders, whereby regional economic communities and public-private partnerships all help to implement and erect those infrastructures based on the fact that African countries need support, which would enhance infrastructural development, particularly in rural areas, to improve access to basic services such as clean water, healthcare, and transportation.
Encourages economic diversification. African countries should focus on developing and expanding sectors beyond their traditional commodities. This could involve investing in manufacturing services, technology, and other industries with the potential for sustainable growth.
Enhancing financial inclusion is crucial to address the problem of limited access to finance. African governments should work towards improving the regulatory environment, strengthening financial institutions, and promoting the development of inclusive financial services. This includes expanding bank services, promoting finance initiatives, and leveraging technology to enhance access to financial services such as mobile banking and digital payments.
Requests that efforts should be taken to reducing non-tariff barriers. African countries that chooses to invest in other member states should be granted a discount of 2.9% from the actual estimated rate of 11.9%.
Appeals for the undermining of trade initiatives with peace-building efforts which could promote dialogue and conflict resolution mechanisms. This can be attained by building friendship alliance with other member states through diplomacy, mediation, and negotiation.
Furthermore, recommended the promotion of good governance and accountability in trade and economy, relation and produce among nations, and well as respecting the rules and law and human rights to foster truth, stability, and investment climate.
Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegates. Can the last clause be read again? It wasn't clear.
Further recommend the promotion of good governance, transparency, and accountability in trade and economic policy relations and procedures among nations, as well as respecting the rule of law and human rights to foster trust, stability, and an attractive investment climate.
Thank you. Thank you, delegates from UNECA. Decorum, please, delegates. Thank you, delegates from UNECA. As earlier mentioned, this is a United Nations agency, and so their draft resolution is voted for or against in their committee and would not entertain votes nor points of information from other delegates. Thank you. You may.
Thank you.
Of applause from delegates, for the delegates from UNECA. Congratulations to the delegates, the chair, the vice chair, and rapporteur. So may we hear the advisory opinion from the ICJ? The International Court of Justice presents an advisory opinion to the General Assembly and not a resolution.
which would not as well entertain point of information or voting. Please proceed.
Madam PG. The International Court of Justice at the Redeemers University International Model International 2024 presided over the case of legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, which has been more popularly come to be known as Palestine versus Israel. The president of the International Court of Justice will just skip to the advisory opinion, seeing as member states here need to return back to their various countries. The court is constrained to point out that despite the oral submission provided by the agents of both countries to the court, we established the claims and counterclaims of Palestine and Israel as regards the issue of legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. The court backs the idea of a two-state solution where Israel and Palestine live peacefully within secure borders acknowledged by the international community. Both parties are advised to participate in substantial talks that follow international law principles, including applicable UN resolutions and the Fourth Geneva Convention. The court advises an immediate stop to the expansion of settlements and the destruction of Palestinian homes in occupied territories. It is important to highlight the significance of honoring the rights of every civilian, regardless of their nationality, and urges for the lifting of the Gaza Strip blockade, which has resulted in severe humanitarian impacts. The court strongly emphasizes the importance of a prompt solution owing to the death toll. For every hour that passes without a solution to the conflict, a life is sacrificed. The need for a lasting solution is for the sanctity and preservation of the ideals the International Court of Justice and the United Nations in extension stand for. The ineffective and untimely solutions to this conflict would call to question the effectiveness and pose a threat to the cause of the body. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, officials from International Court of Justice. Please, may we give them a round of applause. So we'll call upon the United Nations Security Council to read out their resolution before the General Assembly. Although the United Nations Security Council is not one of the General Assembly committees, and so their resolution would not entertain point of information or voting, as that has already been done within their committee.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you.
Kindly wait for other delegates to come off stage. Thank you. You may proceed. Read out the topic and go straight to the operative clause.
United Nations Security Council. Topic: Regional cooperation towards peace, sustainability, and territorial definitions in the Middle East. Calls for peace enforcement in form of military intervention in Yemen, also sponsored by 1% of the budget of the UNFC annually. Declares the deployment of naval forces to Yemen's waters and to the south of Aden. Refers the cases of territorial disputes in the following Middle Eastern states to the International Court of Justice for a legal decision. The State of Israel and the Islamic State of Palestine occupying the Gaza Strip. The Republic of Yemen. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Demands the creation of the Organization of the Middle Eastern States. The organization will be a security body overseeing security in the Middle East. The primary objectives of the organization will include promoting regional stability in the region through negotiations, promoting economic concerning efforts to combat terrorism in the region by cooperating on intelligence, gathering and sharing, border security, and counter-terrorism efforts. The leadership of the body must be rotated every 3 years by democratic vote. All member states of the Organization of Middle Eastern States must collectively contribute a total amount of $10 million to the organization every quarter. Mandates all members of the proposed Organization of the Middle Eastern States to attend Rio Accords of 2025. The conference will take place in Rio de Janeiro in February 2025. The objectives of the conference will be to decide the designation of Jerusalem as a non-aligned territory. The conference will also call for the cooperation of all member states with existing United Nations bodies. Mandates the removal of the following troops from the following countries: Israeli troops from the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, the over 20,000 Iranian troops from Aleppo and Deir ez-Zor governorates in Syria, the 150,000 Saudi Arabian troops in Yemen's capital, Sana'a.
Declares a military sanction, a standby of military personnel to serve as deterrents on Hezbollah for actions carried out against Israel on October 8, 2023 in support of the Hamas group. Demands the creation of a Bern Committee of Middle East countries, which will consist of all Middle East countries in order to settle the numerous territorial disputes and ensure peace sustainability. Further demands that the General Assembly releases 1% of its budget to the Bern Committee, only in its first year of establishment. Agrees that all members of the Bern Committee shall release a sum of 1 million naira each year, which will consist the budget of the Bern Committee. I take that again. Agrees that all members of the Bern Committee shall release a sum of $1 million each year, which will constitute the budget of the Bern Committee. Further agrees that leadership of the Bern Committee will be rotated every 2 years, starting with the UAE. Strongly advises member states of the United Nations in the Middle East to support the flow of humanitarian aid in the following ways. The United Arab Emirates will donate a total of $10 million to the United Nations Relief and Work Agency biannually. The state of Israel must remove every blockage in the Gaza Strip, preventing the flow of aid. Emphasizes that the World Health Organization deploys medical aid and 800 medical professionals annually to the Middle East. Calls upon all Middle Eastern countries to provide asylum for refugees and returnees. Condemns Iran for its continued involvement in the Yemen political crisis. Further calls for the withdrawal of all interfering parties: Iraq, Lebanon, the United Kingdom, and France in the Iran-Saudi proxy war in Yemen. Necessitates the need for revisitation of the 1947 United Nations Border Partition Plan, proposing a Jewish state or more than half of the mandate of Palestine given to solve the Israel-Palestine issue and the implementation of such borders. Lastly, the United Nations Security Council appreciates the President General Assembly for displaying abysmal intelligence, reserving and respecting the United Nations Security Council as a hallowed chamber by saving the best committee and resolution for the last. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates from the Security Council. We will not be entertaining any point of motion. Thank you. You may resume your seat. Please, a round of applause for the delegates, as the resolution has been concluded within their committee. We're coming to the end of the conference and the closing plenary. If I may give my closing remark. Development Goal 17 says peace, justice, and partnership, meaning that none of the SDGs can be achieved without partnership. But here we have wars in different countries, we have wars in states, we have regions fighting against each other, ethnic groups fighting against each other, communities, countries fighting against each other. How can we promote sustainability? How can we promote economic and political stability if we keep fighting each other? And so peace must start from our personal relationship, from individual relationship, from relationship countries, and there should be cease to interstate conflicts and interstate conflicts. As you all are aware, that I could not come on Monday for the opening plenary due to the crisis in my home country, Trinidad and Tobago. And from the security advice, I was restricted from being present here on Monday. And so we have to maintain peace in our various homes, in Nigeria, in Africa, in Mali, in Europe, in Asia. There has to be peace for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, which is just few years away. This is 2024, and we pledge to achieve these goals by 2023. So by 2030, I call upon all nations to join hands to maintain peace, justice, and partnership so that these Sustainable Development Goals of which we pledge to would be achieved. Thank you again, Your Excellency, for being here. And as we return to our various countries, may we maintain peace and uphold the resolutions of which we are signatories and sponsors. Thank you.
We are also grateful to all staff advisors, all lecturers in the Department of History and International Studies, lecturers in other faculties and other departments that have supported us. We appreciate the keynote speakers for their support, for their dedication, and for helping us to learn from their pool of wisdom and expertise. We are very grateful. I also appreciate the committee officials who have come from different parts of Nigeria and West Africa to ensure that you have a seamless session Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate all stakeholders, our sponsors and partners, all our sponsors and partners. I might commit the error of omitting somebody if I start mentioning your names one after the other, but you're all appreciated and we do not take this for granted. And most importantly, I want to appreciate your excellencies, without whom this conference wouldn't have been a success. Put your hands together for yourselves. All delegates, Redeemers University's delegates, put your hands together for yourselves. Adeleke University delegates, put your hands together for yourselves. Landmark University delegates, put your hands together for yourselves. We had delegates from Kola Daisy University, Obafemi Awolowo University, University of Lagos. We had delegates from Ghana, our Ghanaian delegates. Thank you very much for coming. You can see the Ghanaian flag there flying. And we've been flying the Ghanaian flag for like a week before you people arrived. Anyways, so thank you so much for coming. We look forward to seeing you in 2025. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup d'être venu et à bientôt.
Thank you so much. Can we please put our hands together for the Executive Director? Please put your hands together for him. Okay, so I've been instructed to inform you about a very special event that is happening just immediately we leave this, that is happening just after this closing plenary, which is the Opportunity Fair, as organized by this very, very distinguished Model United Nations. So the Opportunity Fair is going to be happening, so we crave your indulgence to please ensure that you attend, and not only do you attend, but you attend intentionally. Another event that will be happening today is the dinner and the awards night, which will be happening this evening. Put your hands together for yourselves. So aside just having all these, it starts by 6:30. It's very important to note. We know it takes a lot of time to prepare, but please, in all your preparations, be done before 6:30, because we are starting by 6:30. Now, this dinner and award night is going to be where we would celebrate the very best of the best. We would celebrate interactions, we would celebrate diplomacy, and you get to network on a more personal level. So I think it's in order to start looking for a date for the dinner, so that you walk in all your beautiful finesse and stuff. I'm also accepting applications for dates. If you reach out, you're out of order. So make sure you are very intentional about this evening, and also be very intentional about the Opportunity Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure doing this with you. My name is Precious Ibe, the chair for UNECA, and see you at the Opportunity Fair. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Now we are done with the informal session, and I'm handing over to our very distinguished PGA.
Thank you very much, Precious Ibe. Thank you, delegates. To officially close, the floor is open for motion. Decorum, please. Delegates of Ethiopia.
The delegates of Ethiopia would like to pass the motion to adjourn the meeting. We would like to move the motion to adjourn the meeting of room 124 to room 125. Thank you.
Please.
Okay, the delegates of Ethiopia would like to move the motion to adjourn the meeting of room 124 to 2024 to room 2025. Thank you.
This is seen.
The conference, sorry.
The General Assembly. Delegates of Ethiopia, please resume your seat. Is there any motion before the House? The delegates of Germany.
The delegates of Germany will like to move room on 24 General Assembly to room on 2025. Sorry, the delegates of Germany would like to move the motion of closing room on...
Decorum, delegates, delegates.
Okay. The delegates of Germany will move... The delegate of...
Germany, please resume your seat. Thank you. Delegates of United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. The delegate of United Kingdom moves the motion.
Delegates of United Kingdom, we believe that you referred to the PGA wrongly. Kindly restate.
Okay. The President, Vice President, Secretary General, the delegate of United Kingdom moves the motion that the General Assembly be suspended till 2025.
Thank you, delegates of United Kingdom, but you are out of order. The delegates of Gabon.
Thank you very much, our President. The delegates of Gabon moves a motion to adjourn the General Assembly of Room 2024 to 2025 to Room 2025.
Thank you, delegates of Gabon. Your motion is in order. Do we have a seconder to this motion? The delegates of Israel.
The delegate of Israel rises to second the motion raised by the delegate of Gabon to adjourn the proceedings of the General Assembly to Roman 2025.
Thank you, delegates of Israel. Do we have a counter motion? Delegates of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Didier. As delegate of Sierra Leone counters the motion raised by delegate of Gabon to suspend the General Assembly. To adjourn.
The delegates, order. Please maintain decorum, delegates. Delegates of Sierra Leone, please restate your motion.
Thank you, Didier. The delegate of Sierra Leone moves a counter motion to the delegate of Gabon to adjourn the General Assembly of Raymond 2024 to 2025.
The delegates of Sierra Leone, your motion is out of order. We believe there is no counter motion to the motion raised by Gabon and seconded by Israel. On that note, the motion clearly passes. Delegates, the conference has been adjourned.
All right, delegates, please remain seated where you are. We are going to have a photo session with the keynote speakers and the officials. Right? Can I have the volunteers to clear the stage? Clear the stage. Make it snappy. Do that within 2 minutes. Then we'll have a picture session We would have it here in the hall. We are not leaving. A committee after the other. But we start with the committee officials. All committee officials should step up with the guest speakers and the coordinator and our guest from Adeleke University and Landmark University. Please, let's make it quick. Let's make it quick. All committee officials, please step forward. All committee officials, please step forward. All committee officials, please step forward. Drop it. All committee officials, please step forward. And our guests, please step forward. Thank you, ma. You can come here. Let's be fast with the photo session. We should finish this photo session in 10, 15 minutes. All right. Sir, you can. Dr. Ben. Okay. PGA, BPGA, Secretary General. Where's the PGA? Yeah, please spread out a little. Where's the SG and the VPGA? All right, spread out a little. Spread out. SG. VPGA. Okay. Please let's spread out a little so we can create space for the VPGA. Oh yeah, just tilt, yeah. Thank you. Media, are we good? Thank you. Security Council, stay behind. Delegates of Security Council, come up. Security Council officials, wait behind with the guest speakers. You will feature in all the pictures. Security Council, all delegates of Security Council. All delegates of the Security Council, please come up. Sorry, let's just stay down. The delegates will stay up so that all of them can show. All right. Okay, Security Council behind us, the keynote speakers. ICJ, please get ready. ICJ, please get ready. All right, spread out, spread out. Spread out. Okay, Security Council. Media, are we good? Thank you. ICJ officials, join us. ICJ delegates, climb the stage. After ICJ, UNECA, please get ready. UNECA, please organize yourselves and get ready. The ICJ judges and the presidents and the vice presidents and the registrar. Let's come closer. Please, let's make it quick. those of you that have taken your pictures, please just go back to your seats and remain. We will attend to you shortly. UNECA, officials come forward, delegates on the stage. Sorry. UNECA, please, on the stage. UNECA officials, where art thou? Let's make it quick, 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds. If you know you are down to earth, move forward. If you know you are brief, move forward. Then for those of you that are long, to the back. SOCUM officials, come forward, delegates on the stage. After SOCUM, we'll have ECOFIN. This is not a TikTok video. SOCUM, we are here for serious business. SOCUM, please make it snappy. ECOFIN, get ready. Economic and Financial Committee. ECOFIN.
The best here.
ECOFIN, let's make it quick. ECOFIN. After ECOFIN, DISEC, get ready. Get ready. Organize yourselves so that we don't spend much time. After ECOFIN, DISEC, get ready. After ECOFIN, DISEC, get ready. right, thank you, Dissect. General Assembly First Committee. Dissect. It's just an arrangement. Dissect. The only committee with 2 resolutions. Also looks like the largest committee in this year. Right, by numbers. Please move forward. Media, are we ready? 5 seconds. Those of you that are brief, please move forward. The summarized ones, please move forward. Can we have the abbreviations forward? Oh, my dear. Hi, guys. Oh. Mr. Chair of Dissect, don't be deported. If you cover your face with the placard, it will show like that in the picture. Please, let's make it quick. Snap like that, no problem. Special political and decolonization. Spec poll. The last but not the least. Finally, let's have spec poll. Spec poll, please. Try to be special, as your name depicts. Special political and decolonization. Move forward. Make it quick, make it quick, make it quick. Make it quick. Run spec poll committee. Spec poll. I heard you are the spec. Run tech space. You can come forward. We're about to start. Thank you very much. Please go back to your seats. Safe journey to those that have to travel. Opportunity first starts now. Run tech space. And General Assembly Affairs and Conference Management, please come and take over and anchor the opportunity fair. Thank you. We'll be done. We'll be leaving here by 2:30 for your lunch. But we will drop the contact and the details of all our facilitators so that you can sign into the opportunities that they are bringing for you. So after we are done with the opportunity fair, if the delegations want to take pictures, they can do that, like the Adeleke and the landmark and the Ghanaians. Please, let's maintain decorum. Volunteers, please help us organize decorum in this place so that we can let everyone remain on their seats.
afternoon, everyone. Please, we are going to the session for the opportunity fair. Please, let's maintain decorum. Please, at the back. Hello. Please, at the back, please. We need decorum in this house. Thank you. I see.
All protocols duly observed. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Abafemi Okoyemi, and I have with me Williams, I have Amaka, and I have Laja. So we are from the Rented Space community. Rented Space is basically a community you run that empowers students with technological skills. Now you may say, oh, I am not a computer science student, I'm not an engineering student. Why do I need to learn about technology, right? But then discover that these days, if you have the degree without any skill, there's a possibility that you won't get far or get a job. So basically what we do in Run Tech Space is to empower students, right? So we teach courses with
Hello. 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 Please have your seat. Volunteers, committee members. Volunteers. Volunteers, please, let's maintain decorum in this hall. Tolu, please, your guys, let them maintain decorum. Solomon. Guys, please. I see.
as I was saying, Rented Space basically empowers students with technological skills, right? So we deal with front-end development, back-end development, artificial intelligence, UI UX, cyber security. Now, at first, we started in 2021. We are a tutorial space where people wanted to learn and people wanted to So we started in 2021 as a tutorial space. So then, if you wanted to learn about front-end development, if you had issues with your code, if you had any issues, whatever, with development or with technology, we are there to help and there to show some sort of guidance, right? So now we have improved and we are even better. So every year we have events. We have had Microsoft Bootcamp in 2022. We have had the first Tech Fest in 2021. We had the second Tech Fest last year, and it was themed education in tech. So this year we would have the Tech Fest 3.0. It's themed, it is going to be dealing with AI, that's artificial intelligence, with Web3 and with virtual reality. So that's basically what One Tech Space is about, and I will give the mic to
Hello everyone. All protocols duly observed. My name is Williams Kunsu. I'm a third year computer science student of Redeemers University and the vice president of One Tech Space. We are using this opportunity to invite all members of the General Assembly, the chairs, the delegates, and the volunteers to please come out for Tech Fest 3.0. Now, I'm going to tell you all what Tech Fest is about. Tech Fest is an annual event at Redeemers University that celebrates all things tech. It is a chance for students from across the campus to come together and explore the latest technologies, participate in hands-on workshops, and meet with industry experts. This event was started in 2021 by a group of students who wanted to bring together the tech community at Redeemers University to provide opportunities for students to learn and grow in the field of technology. This event in particular has grown in standard since its inception and has become an important part of the university's academic calendar. The TechFest experience includes a variety of activities such as hackathons, seminars, and workshops. This legacy was created by the first executives, and we've carried on the traditions. What are the goals of the event? The event aims to provide support to tech founders in the student community The event aims to provide opportunities for students to network and collaborate with peers, educators, and industry professionals. The event aims to help young people interested in tech in understanding the power of artificial intelligence and how they use it to enhance their productivity. It drives conversations around talent development and improves attendees' ability to upskill. Now, what is Run Tech Space all about? As previously said, Run Tech Space is a community where students come together to give opportunities to learn about real-world technologies. Now, in our everyday lives, we currently use certain social media applications that allow us to interact with our families and friends. And these opportunities have been made possible by the use of technology. And in Run Tech Space, we offer various aspects of tech, which include front-end developments, back-end developments, artificial intelligence, UI, UX, cybersecurity, and more recently, data science. How we started. In 2021, a group of computer science students created a mini tutorial space. This tutorial space was to teach themselves about aspects of tech that they probably would not have known about. And it was created for developers, creatives, and students from other departments who needed help with solutions to problems they faced during their development. It was a place where people could come to discuss issues about tech and also gain insights to new trends. Those are the pictures from the first Tech Fest. So basically, a quick overview about the last Tech Fest and about Run Tech Space in particular. From 2023 to currently, we rebranded and we are using a different logo to the one we have. We believe in diversity and inclusion, and we are trying as much as possible to get every member of the student community in Redeemers University a part of this project. Our past and present sponsors are with the Redeemers University Alumni Association, Cancer Finance, Oracle, Hoshi Tech, Darlings Nigeria, and Gold Elite Deals. Our past events range from our annual Tech Fest to the Microsoft Bootcamp, experience in the financial markets, the inauguration ceremony of the past executives, and community members hangouts. These are the slides for the current executives. In our executive group, we currently have students from different departments. We have students from human physiology, microbiology, electrical engineering, and our welfare director is a student of history and international studies. We have our staff patron, which is Mr. Samuel Adenle, and we have our community manager, which is Mr. Joshua Olumide. Now, this will be an overview of TechFest 3.0. The first day, which we hold here at Sapetro, would be a CSR to train secondary school students and then sponsor a few with some competitions. Time will be 10 to 1 p.m. Mind you, TechFest is going to hold on the 1st of May to the 3rd of May, and it's going to be a 3-day event. There will be activities to talk about tech, competitions for student prizes, and refreshments. Day 2 would deal with the Hangout and the GDSE event. This will be a time for people to get down into their respective tech parts and learn how to be consistent. The activities will recap from community engagements, small breakout session, design guys, developer guys, and data guys. On the final day, which we hold at the school auditorium, we will be having our keynote speaker, we'll be having panel sessions, giveaways, and exhibitions. The panel session topic would revolve around realities in tech growth, and we'll be bringing a lecturer from the Department of Computer Science to speak. Past and present sponsors for the event: Inor Technologies, SwiftPay, Oshobo Startup, Kibo, and Hoshi Tech. And then we will have our hangouts. We are using this opportunity granted to us by the Executive Director to meet out to the student community, to the chairs, the delegates, and everyone seated here to please come for TechFest. As you may have known, on your General Assembly group, there is currently a link being passed for students that want to register. and you can also attend online if you choose. Thank you very much.
Please, do you have any question for us? Anybody? All right.
Thank you very much, Ron Take Space, for that passionate presentation. Now we'll be having Mrs. Asabe Okeme, Financial Leverage Mentor Diamond Project, C21FG. Please can we give her a round of applause as she mounts the podium? Please keep clapping till she gets here. Please keep clapping till she gets here. Please keep clapping till she gets here. I don't think you've amassed the amount of knowledge that she has, so I think you should honor her with your applause. Please keep clapping till she gets here. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. I can feel the energy in this room is very low. Am I correct? Somebody should just say, We need to wake up, okay? Please, can we be on our feet? Just stand up and let us, let's wake up. Let's wake up. See, what you're about to hear now, you can't hear it in this mood. No. You're going to miss out on a lot. So what you're about to hear now, you need to be very attentive, right? I'm not going to be here for so long. So I just want you to, get into that mood of paying attention. The noise everywhere is even a lot. All right, we have some people at the back. Please, can the people at the back, can you just come to the front? Somehow I can't really see the back. Maybe my glasses is not working well. Do we get it? So please, can we just come to the front? If you are at the back and you can hear me, I'm actually appealing that you please come to the front, please. If there's an empty seat in front of you, please just fill it up. It's just the next couple of minutes and I'll be out of here. All right, but nobody deserves to miss out on anything that is going to be said. So thanks to everybody actually coming to the front. Please come to the front. Please, if you're at the back, there are still some people there. Please, Redeemers University. All right, please just come to the front, just so that, I'm concentrating, on, please, there are still a lot of seats. I'll come down and push, I will come and meet you there. Should I come? Should I come? Please, there are seats here so that I don't have to come down. If not, I will come there. Please, just come to the front, come to the front. There are empty seats in front of you. All right? There are still plenty seats here, like a lot of seats. Please, do you want me to drop the mic? Do you want me to drop the mic? They said I should drop the mic, oh. Should I drop the mic? All right, please just come to the front. Let us just pay attention, okay? Please, let's pay attention. Sorry? to everybody that actually, if you got up from your seat and you moved to the next space, I want to say thank you so much for that. All right, so I present to you the Diamond Project. And the Diamond Project, like I said initially, is an initiative recently launched to bring out the best ultimate version in every individual through mentorship, trainings, capacity building. Please, can we have one house? Okay. Capacity building and leverage systems. Now, the Diamond Project has 4 pillars. There are 4 major pillars in the Diamond Project. And I'm going to be running through the 4 pillars, all right, while we project it. So the first pillar in the Diamond Project, and because it's an opportunity fair, so you can actually use the Diamond Project to create a lot of income for yourself, and that's exactly why I'm here. I mean, I came in contact with the Diamond Project during the pandemic. How many of us remember when COVID hit the world? All right, and prior to then, I was working in a very good organization. I had so much savings. I was this very happy personality, I and my family, my kids. And then the world now came to a standstill, which was COVID time. And for me, all supplies now stopped. My so-called so much savings that I felt I had, I saw beginning to go down the slope because, of course, mommy, I want this, mommy, I want that. And as a parent, you must be able to have long-term stability for your children. You can relate, right? When parents, I know you might not be a parent yet, but you will relate that your parents always want to have things ongoing for them that could make them to have long-term stability for you. That's what I mean. Do we understand? And that was where I found myself. And I knew that Asabe, you have to do something. Then the Diamond Project found me. And that's why I tell everybody today that if you are under the sound of the Diamond Project, you have to please pay attention. Now, when I saw the Diamond Project through the mentorship and the trainings, from the comfort of my home, 3 months after that, I made my first 500,000 from the comfort of my home through understanding leverage. I mean, it was so beautiful because it was something that I thought was never going to happen. My children became excited. My husband is a medical doctor. He has worked for over 18 years in the medical field, and he began to understand that, wow, he started telling his colleague that, look, my wife works from home and she makes more money than me. I mean, she doesn't have to do calls. She doesn't have to, be on duty and all of that. It was because of the mentorship and understanding leverage. After that happened, I was told that, Asabe, you can actually make ₦1 million in a month from your house legitimately. And I said, I'm in. What do I need to do? And all I was told was, you have to understand what human estate capital means. You have to understand that your social network can be converted to financial network. How many of you are here? You have a lot of contacts on your phone. Can I see your hands up? You have at least minimum of 100 contacts on your phone. Do you know that the numbers you have on your phone are your social network? Now, the Diamond Project helps you to convert your social network to financial network. And that was exactly what I began to understand. 4 months after that, I made my first 1 million from the comfort of my home. I went to the bank and I withdrew that money, and it was so amazing. I found myself beginning to pay my tithes in 6 figures. This was a prayer that I had always prayed to God for, and that was just the beginning. This was in 2020. Now, I mentioned something earlier. I said, who is a mentor? A mentor is somebody that can take you 5 years ahead of time without you getting 5 years older by age. When I tell everyone I have children, this is that, they begin to scream. I said it's because I have peace of mind to the glory of God. I mean, imagine financial issues in addition to what the world is turning into today. It's going to be harder, especially for women. And because of the Diamond Project that I'm going to be showing you in the next 15 minutes, how you can also be a part of this project. And when I made that 1 million, that was not it. I was told you can make it again and again, and you will be celebrated as a 2-comma club member. I said, who is a 2-comma club member? It was that if you make it the first time, it may just be a mistake. If you make it a second time, it may be another mistake. And if you make it a third time, it becomes a lifestyle. I said, I'm in. Somebody say, I'm in. If you really are in. If you really are in, right? Because I had to intentionally tell myself I'm in. I'm in for the trainings. I'm in for the mentorship. I'm in because I want to become the best ultimate version of myself. And 3 months after that first time, I was celebrated again. It's just been so beautiful. I mean, it's been from glory to glory. This is just a bit of my story. Today I stand and I can tell you that, I mean, looking back, I just thank God that I found this project. So I said the Diamond Project has 4 pillars. 4 pillars, and I'm going to be running through these 4 pillars very, very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. Okay, so let me take pillar 1. Alright, so the first pillar in the Diamond Project, alright, is the pillar of discipline. And I won't talk so much on that because I have already talked about that initially, you know. So the second pillar, alright, sorry, I'm a bit distracted, but I'll fix this right now. Alright, so the Diamond Tribe, we are a tribe of very strong individuals that can stand their ground at any given place or time. Men and women that can be relied on. You should be an individual that anybody can rely on, even while you go on with your day-to-day activities. Now, a tribe of people who are not looking for quick fix, but are willing to go through the process to become the ultimate version of themselves. In the Diamond Project, we are building a tribe of entrepreneurs who will salvage this generation from decadence. Alright, that's the Diamond Project, a tribe of people who by virtue of their strength are financially free. Financial freedom is not a function of how much money you have, as much as the strength of your character. Your character must be on point as a diamond. The Diamond Project is a project to create a diamond tribe. Alright, now Do you want to become the best ultimate version of yourself? That's a question. Do you want to become the best ultimate version of yourself? All right, I only heard people at the back there answer it. Do you want to become the best ultimate version of yourself? Fantastic, fantastic. Now, how exactly are you going to do this, right? Now, like I said, pillar 1, mentorship, trainings, and capacity building. I have talked about this already. Pillar 2, again, discipline, regimentation, and stoicism. A couple of people are actually sleeping, all right? Discipline, regimentation, and stoicism. Now, the third pillar in the Diamond Project, is health optimization through nutritional supplementation and lifestyle changes. That's the third pillar. Health optimization through nutritional supplementation and lifestyle changes. Now, a couple of human beings today don't even pay attention to their health. In the Diamond Project, you are also taught and mentored on how to take your health importantly. All right. Now, we may ask a question. Why are we not living longer lives like our great-grandparents? Have you ever thought about it? That why is it that in recent times you find young people dying? Why? The Diamond Project also covers that aspect, making you understand that your health is important. Your health is important. And then when we ask the question that why is it that old people, our grandparents, actually live longer than us, then why? It's because of the era of, technology. Now, a lot of people, you forget. In fact, it even happened to me yesterday, right? When I was coming, I was actually on some medication, and I forgot my medication at home. And I was like, Asabe, how would you even do this? And I just kept praying to God to please carry me through to be able to, go through on this session. All right. So your health is very, very, very key. Now, we feed on diets, right? And our cells feed on nutrients found in our diet. When the cells are starved of essential nutrients, they start dying. So nowadays, a lot of people, the World Health Organization has said that certain number of fruits and vegetables should actually be taken, right? Now, who knows? You know how many, according to World Health Organization, do you know how many fruits and vegetables are required of you to take on a daily basis? Do you know? 5 fruits and 5 vegetables. How many people here today, you've taken 1 fruit? Did you take 1 fruit yesterday? Did you take 1 fruit last week? Okay. Did you take 2 fruits the whole of last week? There's somebody here that is very, very health conscious. That's very good. All right. But a lot of people, I can bet you that 80 to 20% of the people I have here, right, probably haven't even taken 1 fruit at all this week. Sorry? All right. So, it's not proper. It's really, really, really not. There are a lot of antioxidants around us, and we need to be healthy. Now, no diseases, including cancer, can exist in an alkaline-based environment. And the Diamond Project is here to avail you with amazing items that you would, once you take them, these things are alkaline in nature, all right? When you take them, you are healthy. Now, how is it that the 4th pillar of the Diamond Project I'm about to talk about now can help you to make money for yourself? The 4th pillar is deep understanding of leverage and building financial leverage systems. Now, let me quickly explain that in the next 5 minutes. But before I go there, right, this is J. Paul Getty, and he says, I wish this thing was being projected. I would rather have 1% of 100 men's efforts all right, than 100% of my effort. Now, if I need 1,000 naira now, is it going to be easier for me to get 1,000 naira from one person or get 100 naira from 10 people? Will it be, which one will be easier? 100 naira from 10 people will be easier. And that's what J. Paul Getty said, that I'll rather have 1% effort of 100 people than 100% of my own effort. It will be more difficult for you to put in 100% of your effort and easier when you put in 1% from other people's effort, all right? Now, very, very quickly, so deep understanding of leverage system. Now, leverage is the ability to enjoy lifetime residual passive income for the work you put in once. Passive income is what you earn without your effort directly being involved in. Do we understand? Passive income is what you earn without your effort directly being involved in it. And that is the baseline of leverage. That's the baseline of leverage. Now, like we would tell our parents, if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will work all the days of your life. This is by Warren Buffett, the richest man, one of the richest men. This is him. He said, if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will end up working all the days of your life. And this was where I got to in my life, and I said, no, Asabe, it's enough. It actually is enough, all right? Now, there are two ways through which you can actually leverage, right? Now, you can leverage through your personal produced products or services. Now, that's where you find people like Mike Adenuga. But if you ask every successful person today, they'll tell you that they are actually leveraging. Now, Mike Adenuga is actually leveraging through his own personal produced products, right? Now, the second way you can actually enjoy leverage is through other people's products and services. And that's where we find people like Uber, Travis Kalanick. Travis Kalanick has created a system that only connects people and riders and drivers together. And he makes a lot of money by simply doing that. He's leveraging. Now, Jeff Bezos is owner of Amazon stores. During the pandemic, Jeff Bezos became the world's most richest man. He doesn't have a single shop or good item anywhere. All he simply did is connect buyers and sellers together. And Jeff Bezos makes billions of dollars every day. Are we aware? People are actually buying their personal items from different factories and shops, you and I will be making little percentages from whatever they buy for life. The way I am now, I have built a system for myself. While I'm here, I'm still able to make residual income. Right? That's what leverage is about. Now, I'm going to tell you how this can happen. Do you realize that if 10,000 people, for example, 10,000 people are purchasing products for their use, because when you hear products now, you think you're going into buying and selling. No, I don't sell any item. In the Diamond Project, you have no business selling any item. The end goal of the Diamond Project is to get you to time freedom, health freedom, and financial freedom. Now, when you get these items, you're supposed to use them for yourself and not sell. We don't sell items in the Diamond Project. Now, so imagine 10,000 people purchasing items monthly, and you are making just 100 naira from whatever purchase. Do you know that in a day, you can make 1,000,000 naira? Do you know that? Yes. Just 100 naira commission on you getting, as people are purchasing basic health and wellness products for themselves. With you just making 100 naira, it means that you can make 1,000,000 in a day. That's the power of leverage. That exactly is the power of leverage. Now, 5 major questions that may be going through your mind. 5 major questions. How can I plug in and build this system? How can I connect 10,000 people? How do I make people to buy these products daily so that I will keep earning? How do I make the money through leverage? And will this work? Will this work? 5 basic questions. Now, how can you position yourself? How can you build? How can you plug in and build? By simply just positioning yourself. You just position yourself in the Diamond Project, right? And you become a part of the mentorship and the training sessions, and you'll be taught how to also leverage with the system. All right. Now, you just position yourself where you have no business, you are not selling anything, you are not convincing anybody about the Diamond Project. The Diamond Project system is there doing it for you, right? Now, you're just going to make a one-time shopping. Somebody should say one-time shopping. One-time shopping with as little as 69,990. Yes. Did you hear me clearly? 69,990. And you're buying yourself into a system. I mean, I was totally oblivious of what I was about getting started in 2020, but here I am today. And I can't even tell you how much, this business has transformed my life, right? So every time I have an opportunity to stand and talk to anybody about the Diamond Project, I tell you that don't look at whatever, of course. For you to have any opportunity, you must pass away with some funds. Am I correct? Am I correct? If you want to open a shop today, would you not pay rent for it? Would you? You will, exactly. So I have just 3 more minutes to go. All right. So we have different packages that plugs you into the Diamond Project. All right. We have the package of 69,990. We have 190,000. I will just stop there because I can see I'm in the midst of students, right? But we have students who actually saw this project and decided to take their future into their hands. Because after school, what next? What next, right? Now, we're in partnership with Nature's Way USA, all right? We're in partnership with Wider Global. We're in partnership with Brighter Science International. These are international companies. We're also powered by Access Bank, Diamond Bank, and for Quality Control, Standard Organization of Nigeria. All right, so that's it. So when you get, these are some of the items you will be getting for yourself, all right? And then the other questions, I won't be able to answer them, but you're going to be taught how you can use your phone to connect to over 1,000,000 contacts on a daily basis, right? And then through the system, through contact recommendation, we have different tools here that can help you to convert your social capital to financial capital. It's a lot of it, all right? And then you can make as much as between 20,000 to 150,000 on a daily basis from this business. Yes. And we have top dignitaries, all right? We have late Akere Dolu. May his soul rest in peace. He was a partner with the Diamond Project. His wife is a cancer survivor. She has her NGI, and she uses the items here, the alkaline-based products here for her NGO. We have past presidents like Olusegun Obasanjo. We have former presidents, governors and all of that, top dignitaries in the Diamond Project because of the mentorship. All right. So we actually have an advantage today for people here who are saying that I want to be the best ultimate version of myself and I want to get started like now. As I am seeing you and I want to be plugged in. All right. So I'm just going to be right there. All right. So I don't know how it is. You can actually come to me and you're going to be getting, an added advantage for today. The entrepreneur mentor has said, the first 20 people who actually keys into this project, I have something for them, and you're going to be getting it today. Are you excited? Are you excited? I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Are you excited? Fantastic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mrs. Asabe Okeme, for that wonderful presentation. A platform to earn 20K to 150K a day. I think that's something. And one quote that stood out to me was that if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will keep working all the days of your life. And I'm sure nobody wants to keep working till their deathbed. So that's essentially what the Diamond Project is about, a platform for you to maximize your wealth. And as she has rightly said, she's right there, right after the session, if you have any questions for her. And if you're interested in joining the Diamond Project, please do not hesitate to meet her. Thank you so much. Is there anyone that has any question? Just one or two?